This conference will now be recorded.
Folks, I'm going to call the meeting to order. Before we get started here, we have a presentation to Tenny McCracken, Memories of Days Gone By. She was there just about forever, the first go-around I was in politics, and did a great job for us. And she's still doing a great job in the community by looking after some spaces that she's been looking after for a while. So come on up here, Tenny. I want to shake your hand. Thanks, Danny. All right. Any additions to the agenda? Donna? I'm going to go to Ken first, or to Rudy first. I'll get your name right here one of these days here.
Good morning, Reeve Council. It's been 1 year as of yesterday, so you've got some time still to get the name.
Okay.
No rush. A couple of additions that administration has to the agenda for you, Council. First of all, a couple of meeting dates under 15D and E. First of all, 15D is a Forest Products Association Canada presentation on key issues in the forestry industry. That meeting's at Weyerhaeuser, July 22, 2025. 10 o'clock a.m., so that will be added as a meeting date to the agenda. Also, item E, following our RMA district meeting yesterday, police funding model review engagement virtual session. That's July 16th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. And finally, Council, under 16, we have one addition to closed session, item B, the cadets lease of our facility. That would be under ATIA S30.
All right, anybody else? Donna?
I would like to add under Public Works A, a letter directed to Department of Highways about flashing indicator lights on 753 through Lodgepole.
Thank you. Glenn?
On page 9, there's just a correction to be made on 13. It should be on A for Rob Pollard, page 139 to 140. B, it should be page 141. And C, it should be page 143.
Okay, those are just corrections to the agenda. Anything else to be added? Seeing none, a motion to approve the agenda with the amendments. Kara?
I move the agenda as amended.
Discussion. All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Okay, we got the minutes of the council meeting on June 17th. Any errors or omissions? Comments or questions? If there is none, then a motion to approve the minutes as presented. Glenn?
I move to approve the minutes of the June 17th, 2025 meeting minutes as presented.
Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Rudy, you want to give us an update on the follow-up action list?
Yes, thank you, Reeve. Just a couple of items to bring to council's attention. We had talked previously about the concept of a dog park at Rocky Rapids at the Hall grounds. Mr. Chambers will have an update and suggestion for council recommendation today. And as well, council during budget had approved the Fire Services WASP program. And just a note to council that program is completed and has now been launched out into the community, and we're advertising that. So it's rolling out into our county.
Thank you. Motion to receive the follow-up action list as presented. Dallas?
I move to receive the follow-up action list as presented.
Discussion? All those in favor? Okay, carried unanimous. You guys will have to keep me on my toes here with all these public hearings we've got going on. So we are at planning and development already. Oh, that's at 10 a.m. Oh, the CAO report? Did you have more to add?
Just one more thing, Reeve and council, if I may, regarding the Northwest Alberta Emergency Resource Agreement. If council will recall, as when they met as an advisory committee recently, our Director of Emergency Management spoke about this agreement. We've got a recommendation in your council package pages, it's beginning on pages 22. And it was conversation around becoming a part of this group in terms of sharing resources, human and equipment, and also sharing training and information updates and working more closely together as a collaborative group. So the recommended action is that Council authorize administration to enter into the Northwest Alberta Regional Resources Sharing Agreement. Just of note, there was a question at the advisory committee meeting, I believe it was Councillor Gunderson, that asked about the insurance protocols around being involved with the group. And Clause 13 of the agreement does refer to that insurance responsibility. So if there's any questions, happy to answer them, but recommending involvement in the group.
Anthony?
Don't have any question. I'm prepared to make a motion.
Sure, go ahead.
I move that Brazeau County Council authorize administration to enter into the Northwest Alberta Regional Resource Sharing Agreement.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Okay. We're at community services, or planning and development.
Good morning, Raven Council. I
Morning.
am presenting the Education and Enforcement Policy Update, which starts on page 78 of your agenda. This came out of the March 4th council meeting, where council directed administration to redraft the Community Standards Bylaw and the associated policy to have stronger enforcement for cleaning up properties with environmental hazards, fire hazards, and ongoing unsightly messes. We reviewed both the bylaw and the policy and brought them forward on May 6th to council to confirm that we were moving in the right direction. At that meeting, council confirmed that the proposed changes met council's expectation of greater enforcement capacity. And the Community Standards Bylaw 1210-25 was approved by council on June 17th, 2025. Just to highlight some of the changes that were previously presented to council in May for policy PD 17. They're outlined on page 79, but the red line version of the policy has been included as attachment A. So on page 86, the addition of clause 6.2.4, which discusses the length of time and progress made as consideration for providing an extension, as well as clause 6.3, which is the consideration criteria of 6.2. There must be visible change, just outlining our expectations as a municipality that there be visible change or a reasonable plan put in place. So sometimes people can't commit to the deadline, but they've got a cleanup crew coming afterwards. So if they can prove that they have that, that would fit within a reasonable plan, and we do require that now in writing, not just verbal. Page 88, there's just an asterisk under the table of the decision matrix. This was put in place when we reviewed it back in 2022, 2023. Just giving a little bit more flexibility that this is a guideline of where to start, but if there are contraventions that could harm people, property, or the environment, that the designated officer has the authority to start at a higher level of enforcement. And this came out of a situation that we dealt with recently in Rocky Rapids, and wanting to be able to move faster than our policy allowed. Excuse me. Continuing on page 89 and 90, just outlines that if the contravention is not within public view, a community peace officer can be used to do an on-site site inspection to confirm and determine what violations may be on the property. So using our community peace officers as support for that. And finally, the other kind of big one that isn't just providing clarification or changing typos is on page 91, number 8 there, stating that an extension for an order level will only occur under extenuating circumstances outside of the landowner's control. So in the past, we have provided extensions on all levels of enforcement, so the notice, the warning, and the order. And it was kind of council's direction that once it got to an order, which was approved by the CAO, that extensions wouldn't continue on just if they started to clean up, but there had to be really a barrier there for them to be able to complete the order. And then the court order or the decision to go to court still remains with coming to council. There has been one change since May. If you flip to page 84, there's a new clause, 5.2. And this came out of listening to our colleagues in finance presenting the new idea for taxation for manufactured home parks, where manufactured home park owners would collect the taxes and then distribute it out to the people who hold the lease. We've also noticed that sometimes we don't have the most up-to-date owner information for who's holding that lease because people come and go out of those manufactured home parks. So we did add a new clause that if the complaint was in a Bearland condominium or a manufactured home park, we would request that the complainant first contact the condominium board or the manufactured home park owner to address the concerns. We've seen a lot of luck with this in our Bearland condo that we do currently have in the county because they do have bylaws and rules and regulations in which they need to enforce. So we have seen a lot of luck with people going to the condominium board and having it resolved without the county's involvement. However, if they cannot resolve it, there is still enforcement of the county bylaws, and that's when the county would get involved. Roads within the condominium and the manufactured home park are not considered public roads, and therefore the site visit would not be considered from public view. We do have that clause in there, though, that a community peace officer can be used to complete a site visit that is not from public view. So if there is support required by either the condominium board or the manufactured home park owner, we can step in and assist with that because there are still bylaws and they are still within our municipality. But because of this, all correspondence related to enforcement will go to the condominium board, the condominium unit owner, or the manufactured home park owner, and the unit site tenant. So just so that everybody's aware and that the manufactured home park owner doesn't see something on their taxes and then are trying to claim them. So that was added since our previous discussion in May. So administration is recommending that council approves the updated education and enforcement policy PD17 with the changes as shown in attachment A. The analysis completed for advantages is on page 80, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Donna?
No? I move that council approves the updated education and enforcement policy PD 17 with changes as shown in attachment A.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. All right, good job so far. Okay, we have community services. Lee?
Page 115, the dog park at Rocky Rapids area. During the April 1st, 2025 regular meeting of council, moved by Kara Westerland to direct administration to investigate the feasibility of building a dog park in Rocky Rapids at the Hall grounds. With the recent direction of council approving the development of a regional recreation and culture master plan, administration will be working with the consultant, RC Strategies, to include the viability of a dog park in the community engagement process and development into the master plan. So if that works with, I thought it was appropriate.
So do you need any direction from us?
No,
You're
it was just an
notifying
update.
us that-
Yep.
All right. Any questions for Lee? Seeing none, we'll carry on. Yeah, you could do that, I guess. Anthony?
I move to receive the dog park Rocky Rapids area report for information.
Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Fin 7?
Yes, so page 116, the next page there. We have an event grant application from the Rotary Club. It's a Rotary Road Rally. So they're requesting $1,000 for their upcoming event. It's called a Rotary Road Rally. It's going to be on September 20th, 2025. The club works to build community connectivity through events, projects, and activities. The Rotary Road Rally involves registered teams of 2 or more driving, motorcycling, biking to locations in the community, and then compete challenges, tasks. Stops will include the Pemberton Nordic Ski Trails, Ricochet Aquatic Facility, and the Rotary House. Just think poker rally, scavenger hunt, and amazing race all rolled into one, followed by an after party with food and live music. Rockford Stomp at the Mackenzie Centre. There will be lots of prizes with 3 top finishing teams getting a prize package valued at $1,000. The community organization Fin 7 policy allows for administration to approve up to $1,000, but this application is the first in 2025, with the organization's financial protection under FOIP as reviewed their financial report and confirmed they do trigger the 30% ineligibility clause within the policy. Additionally, the event is not readily accessible to the public as there is a registration fee. In the past, council has supported similar activities such as the Black and White Diamond Gala and the DV100 as recognition was made to the benefit of the event and the organization as to a broader community. Should council determine to support this event, we have section 4 in the Fin 7 policy which would apply. at its discretion, Brazeau County retains the right to refuse any request or to make an exception should the request not meet all the policy criteria but still deemed be worthy of a review. Just for your information, we do have a budget of $20,000 in the community event grants, and we've used $9,100 to date. Oh, sorry, that's how much remains, sorry, $9,100.
What's your thoughts, councillors? Donna?
Although it is ran through the Rotary Club, I believe a lot of our residents will compete in this. I'm looking forward to it.
Okay. Glenn?
The Rotary's been a great supporter of our community. They've, $200,000 towards the Rotary Children's Library construction. They've done the Rotary Pembina Trail System, the Rotary House, the Rotary Park. I'm very much in support of this. I think this will be a fun event with 200 people, 250 people. The only question I have was the Freedom of Information Act. On this application, should we update it, I guess, to go to the ATIA, the Access to Information Act? Like on page 119, Lee? I guess in further applications
Oh, yes,
going
yes.
forward, since that
Yes.
doesn't exist anymore. Thank you.
Okay, what's the direction, Donna?
I'll move that Brazeau County Council approve an event grant of $1,000 to the Rotary Club of Drayton Valley for their Rotary Road Rally on September 20th, 2025. From 02-74-00-771.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? That's carried unanimous. Recreation Master Plan Committee, Lee?
Yes, so page 124, during the May 6, 2025 regular meeting of council, the following motion was made. Moved by Glenn Gunderson that council approve funding in a regional recreation master plan up to $100,000, cost shared 50-50 with the town of Drayton Valley, and with Brazeau Council's portion up to $50,000 and funding from general operating reserve. There was a friendly amendment as far as including recreation facilities in Brazeau County, as it will be identified in the terms of reference in the regional recreation master plan. And then a further amendment was to include council as a whole for the steering committee. Both councils met with RC Strategies on June 25th for a kickoff meeting as per the presentation. The consultant will be engaging both county and town council as a whole in 3 instances during the development of the master plan. We did the kickoff meeting. There'll be a midpoint and then an end of the project. This is to ensure that the project aligns with what has been directed and to maximize efficiencies. To that end, the consultant noted that there will be decisions required in between touch points with council and advised on a smaller steering committee. Options for council would appoint administration to act as a steering committee, ideally Director of Community Services and General Manager of Community Recreation Service for the town of Drayton Valley. Additional staff could also be named. Appoint 2 elected officials to sit on the steering committee, or utilize the existing joint council board and their membership as a steering committee. We have 2 county councils on that one. That would be Anthony Heinrich and Kara Westerlin.
What's your thoughts? Do you still want to keep it as committee of the whole, or do you want to shrink it down? Anthony?
I think from what the conversation was at that joint meeting, they felt that it was more productive if it wasn't as large a group. And I think, as far as I'm concerned, we should also have some, I would say number 2, some elected officials there, because in my opinion, the last documents we put in, sometimes some things that are important to council may not have been considered in the plan because, it doesn't have that window. So I think it would be good to have that 2 elected officials. So I would say number 2. And that was kind of generally accepted, I believe, in the conversation at the joint gathering meeting of council and town of Drayton Valley.
So is it really tied to number 3, using the 2 joint recreation people as the 2 elected officials? Yes. Okay. We'll need a motion to solidify that. Glenn?
I agree with, number 3, because it would be very expensive to send council as a whole to this. So I move the council amend the appointments to the Regional Recreation and Cultural Master Plan Steering Committee to consist of the existing Joint Recreation Board and their membership as a steering committee.
Go ahead, Anthony.
Do we want to have that wording though, or do we want to have, because that would include the members at large and everything else too, or do we want to just have the council representative? Because what are we sending there is what I'm asking. Are we sending the council representatives that are on that committee, or are we sending the whole committee, which would, yeah. So
I
that,
think the intent was the 2 elected officials,
Okay, but
yourself and Kara.
that statement doesn't say that?
Okay.
So I would suggest that we amend that motion to suggest only the 2 county council members be appointed that are on that board, a recreation board, existing recreation board.
So is that a friendly amendment to Glenn's motion?
That's what I said. I'll make them as a friendly amendment.
All right. So just to be clear, it's the Kara and Anthony that'll be appointed to the Recreation Master Plan Steering Committee. Any other discussion? Oh, go ahead, Dallas.
So why would we not include our Director of Community Services, the key person in the Brazeau County? Why would that person not be at that decision-making? Okay.
But is he a voting member, or is he just the administration backstop kind of thing?
Yes, key resource person, absolutely. So
Okay.
I think there has to be involvement from our community. Okay.
That is a given.
Okay, so can we just reflect on that motion and see what was that motion now?
Oops.
Yes,
Yes.
please.
Moved by Glenn Gunderson that the county amend the appointments to the Regional Recreation and Culture Master Plan Steering Committee to consist of the existing Joint Recreation Board and their membership as the steering committee, appointing 2 councillors, Kara Westerland and Anthony Heinrich.
Dallas, maybe you want to add that another friendly amendment, as well as administration from community services?
As a resource person.
I would indeed like to include that. So
So
that's a
include
friendly
Lee-
amendment.
Lee Chambers as a resource person. Glenn? You
I
got
accept,
some-
yeah.
Oh, okay. Dallas, you got something else to say?
No, sir, no, sir.
Okay. All right. All those in favor? Carried unanimous. All right, we're on to Donna. You put on 753, going through Lodgepole, I assume.
Lodgepole at an accelerated rate. These big trucks just have no, well, it's not the trucks. The truck drivers, they don't slow down. And we have people new to Lodgepole that are not aware that this was a trucking community, and they're out there trying to wave these truckers, these loaded trucks down, to tell them to slow down and be quieter. And one actually did stop, and this person from our group at the school yelled and screamed at the trucker, and so there was actually, the trucker got out and then the other guy left. But I get numerous calls every week about these trucks, and it's so frustrating, because when the RCMP or the CPOs go out there to set up for speed. The truckers just talk on their radio, be careful through Lodgepole, you know. So they're good for a day, and then they're back to speeding through Lodgepole and using their jake brakes. And so I would at least like to try to ask Department of Highways, because it's their road, if we could have one of those flashing speed indicator lights going both ways, one this way and one that way. So I don't know who would do up that letter.
Well, you could make a motion to direct administration to contact Alberta Transportation in regards to having a speed sign installed.
Well, you just said that motion. That's very good. Thank you. Okay, I would like to direct administration to contact Department of Highways to ask for flashing speed indicator lights on Highway 753 through Lodgepole on either side of the road.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Okay, we're on general matters. 2025 municipal elections, special ballots.
Council.
Good morning.
So I'm here today to ask that Council approve the use of special ballots during the 2025 municipal election. Councillors will remember that in the past we have used special ballots. Special ballots are a voting opportunity for people that are unable to attend the voting station during the advanced voting days or during election day itself. In the past, for October elections, we found if we have any snowbirds that this is an option that is especially helpful for them. With changes to the Local Authorities Election Act that were made by the provincial government, they've actually expanded the eligibility for special ballots. Previously, there had been criteria that needed to be met in order to be eligible for a special ballot. Now the province has opened that up, and it is just anyone that is unable to attend any of those other voting opportunities is able to apply for a special ballot. We found in the past that they have been well utilized. As you'll see in the report, in 2021, which was our last full election, we had 31 people that voted by special ballot. Myself, in the past years that I've done election, I find that this is a valuable voting opportunity that is a little bit more work for the returning officer, but I think provides that other opportunity for people. So if council was amenable to that, I would ask that council approve the use of special ballots during the 2025 municipal election, and that application for special ballot may be made by telephone, email, or in person to the returning officer or substitute returning officer. So if council has any questions.
So the request for the ballot, they can call up and say, please send me a ballot. You're not actually voting on the phone.
No. So the only thing that they would do, they would call and request it, and then they have to come in. We can either mail it out, but the vote, there's a whole package that goes out involved in fill-in ballots, and they have to send in copies of their identification. It's not voting by phone.
Okay. Thanks for that. Anthony?
Make a motion?
Yeah, I'm ready to hear it.
That council approve the use of special ballots during the 2025 municipal election, and that application for special ballots may be made by telephone, email, or in person to the returning officer or substitute returning officer.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. Yellowhead Regional Library. Glenn, your report? Anything you want to comment on?
I talked about it at the last meeting. It just didn't make it to the agenda, but I already talked about it.
Okay. Global Energy Show, Glenn?
Yeah, this one's also included in the agenda. This one turned out to be a real gem to go to. Wasn't expecting that, but we met a lot of locals down there. And I learned quite a bit too. I'd heard about this Plum Gas Solutions. I'd seen their equipment in town, and I just assumed it was a big energy company out of Calgary. And what I learned at the show was that Plum is actually based out of Drayton Valley, and they make equipment that allows oil companies to pull the natural gas out of their pipelines, compress it, and then they can take it to drilling sites and decompress it to run the big engines. They can use it to heat frac water. They can also use it for data centers or emergency power. So if you were out of emergency power in a community, they could bring gas in for you, plus generators, and make gas. So almost all their equipment gets shipped down to the States right now. There's a few pieces in Alberta, but the majority of it is down in the States. Some of it's going to Saudi Arabia as well. This company is owned by a billionaire, and I didn't know that. I met him. It's Sam Simon. He's a super nice guy, and he started out his career hauling fuel around, just like the UFA, right? And just a one-truck operation. And his wife was a real pro-business person, and she drove the business up, and now it's Sam Simon Holdings, but he owns sports teams, and 2 sports teams in Canada and Europe as well, plus a number of other businesses. So Keybray Energy, they play into Plum. They haul a lot of their equipment around. And then there's another outfit, CSI, and they do all the instrumentation work for the units that get built here. So it was a really good learning experience for us. Yeah, it was also the Minister of Environment, Rebecca Schultz, announced that there's going to be a huge $20 million investment into drilling technology, and I think that's going to surround the deep well heating. So yeah, I think Evers probably in a position to take advantage of that when that comes up. But yeah, it was a good day for both of us.
Yeah, it was, Glenn, and nice report, thank you. What's that, Donna? Right. Yeah, we couldn't hear you, Donna. You got to chew your cabbage again. Your microphone wasn't on.
Okay, I was just side talking. I was really impressed with this report, and I had no idea Plum existed. So, yeah, this is really good knowledge. Thank you.
You're not alone there. Both Glenn and I didn't know that they existed. They sponsored a big area of the show down there too. A really humble guy for what he's accomplished in such a short time. Kara.
I was just prepared to make a motion.
Sure.
I move to receive 12B and C for information.
Discussion. All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Okay, there's an invitation for Kara to join the Warehouser Group. Are you available to do that, Don, or Kara?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and a motion to appoint Kara to the committee, if you wish. Donna?
Move to appoint Councillor Westerlin to the 2027 Forest Management Plan. Is this just a meeting? No. Oh, Stakeholders Advisory Group.
Discussion. All those in favor? That's carried unanimous. I think, if I haven't missed anything, we're on number 13. There was a letter there directed to council from a Bob Pollard in regards to addressing the public safety and economic impacts of homelessness on the community. That's pages 135 to 138. Who's leading that discussion? Rudy, was that your... Yeah, no, I'm just wondering who's leading it. Usually, like Lee does the, one particular element. Rudy, were you going to try to walk us down this?
Thank you, Reeve, I was not. As it's addressed to council, it's gone in the agenda as such, and I think it's open for council's discussion in terms of response to the letter.
So how do you guys want to handle this? You got individual comments? There's 4 key points that Mr. Pollard is asking for. What's your thoughts on each one of the points? Do you guys want to follow through with this letter? CBC also wanted to do an interview later on today. Anthony?
I think we need to have some kind of discussion to understand or to illustrate what we feel, how we play a part in this, in the sense that, in my opinion, most of the activity that they're speaking of in this letter that I read anyway relates to concerns and issues that I would say businesses and individuals residing within the town of Drayton Valley are experiencing in terms of disruption of their daily lives, businesses being broken into, that kind of thing. I don't know that and this is just my opinion, maybe you guys living on this side of the river will have different opinions to share with me. I haven't seen quite that same level of effect in the county, and so therefore probably is maybe less of a situation that's developed in the county than there is in town, but nonetheless it's an issue that needs to be addressed, and I think it's a tough one to deal with because, in my opinion, because of the individuals, some of them may well be in a position where they're open to receiving help, others may not be too open to that. So it's in a situation that's very tough, in my opinion, to handle or to try to put forward a plan. So with that, I guess those are my comments.
Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, we're looking for solutions here. This problem didn't arise yesterday. It's been evolving over the last number of years, and it's been growing to a point where it's starting to become a problem. But like you said, Anthony, this particular camp is in the town of Drayton Valley's jurisdiction, but that doesn't absolve us from trying to find a solution with them and to do what we can to try to help out with the situation, whatever that help may be. Rudy, you got something to add, and then I'll come back to you, Donna.
Yes, thank you, Rio. I just wanted to make a point of clarification because there had been some conversations informally with respect to the location of the encampment. And I got clarification from our GIS department that the major portion of the area that we're speaking of is in fact Crown land. There is a small portion as it gets closer to the waste management facility that could be on town property. But by and large, based on the information that we have available to us, the vast majority of the area of which we're speaking is Crown land location.
So now that ends up in the province's hands? You know, from a municipal perspective, you know, we look after the 4 key pillars. That's what we're tasked with, and that's what we tax. We tax property for property services. And, you know, we talk about road infrastructure, bridges, culverts. For the infrastructure that we look after water, fresh water, and wastewater, and as well as waste management. And that's what we tax property for, is property taxes for property services. This starts to delve into something additional that's going on from a social aspect, and each level of government has their sort of pillars that they're responsible for. So I don't want to just shirk away from, you know, trying to help out. I just don't know what we can do as a rural municipal government in regards to dealing with this situation, especially when it's not in our jurisdiction. Donna, then back to Anthony.
This is so frustrating. It affects all of us. And we've been to Halifax, to Vancouver, and everywhere in between talking about this problem. And so far, people that deal with this more than we do have not come up with a solution. So It's just so frustrating. There is no solution unless everybody's on the same page. And it's, I don't know. We are all open to options that would work. So if the public has any options that they think would work, I would really like to hear them.
Well, you've got, he's nailed down 4 key points in his letter on page 139 as a solution. I don't know if they'll all work or not, and, you know, I don't know where we relocate these people to. Glenn, you said you took a tour down there, you went for a walk down there, and you said there was nobody there. Go ahead, Glenn.
No, I wanted to give a shout out to the Drayton Valley Life Church. They had a cleanup day, July 5th, 2025 this year. And yeah, it was amazing to see the community out and helping these people clean up some of the mess there to make it a little more livable and address some of the issues. The materials in that bush by the county office, they are damaged and they're a health hazard to anybody that's close to them. There were campfires that were lit that weren't in pits next to big trees, so there's a real fire hazard there, having people that close into the bush like that. They removed truckload after truckload after truckload of material in that bush, and I give them credit because that you get gassed about an hour into that, you can't do anymore, and they must have been incredibly sore the next day. Like I said, hauling stuff through that little patch of bush and then filling up 2 huge dumpsters, and I mean big dumpsters. And what I did notice is as they were hauling stuff to the dump, I noticed people at the dump at the give and go rate bringing in new couches and stuff, replacing what was taken out. So there is an issue there, and I don't know what it is. These timelines that have been set would be very difficult to deal with. And yeah, like I said, we've been just to Ottawa, and the homeless was far worse there than it is here. There, you get assaulted on the streets and berated. Here, they're not quite that bad. We don't have a lot of graffiti issues, and for the most part, the homeless are kind of just keeping to themselves. So there's other places like Quebec and Gatineau where they've invested in small, tiny homes and communities to help these people. So, and that might be the answer, where you can invest a couple $1 million into a subdivision and build rows of tiny homes for them and get them postal addresses and get them a start to get back into life, because where they're at right now, they've dug a hole so deep you can't crawl out of it. There's no way for them to really move on from where they're at. If there's a basement to rock bottom, they've hit it. So I feel for these people, but at the same time, the businesses here can't take this anymore, right? And like I said, we're not seeing it to the stage that it gets where people are sleeping in front of doorways and discouraging business traffic like we've seen in Ottawa. But it could get there if we don't address this. But yeah, I really do commend the Drayton Valley Life Church.
Yeah, that's a big task they took on there to clean up. You can't imagine, you know, what it must have smelt like, all the muck and the wetness and the rotting. Any other suggestions? Well, we'll still keep thinking on it, and if we've got some more ideas. Donna?
I don't have a suggestion, but on their strategy number 2, or is it, somewhere it says remove them and remove them from public places. Anyway, I just don't know where you would remove them and relocate them to. Like, we can't just pass our problem on to somebody else.
Right. Glenn?
I just wanted to go to Councillor Westerland. Is the Alberta government moving towards dealing with this, or is there any motions? Is RMA following this?
Go ahead, Karen.
Yeah, we absolutely are. It's not just a Drayton Valley, Brazeau County problem. It's happening right across the province. And honestly, I've seen no clear plan from the province on how to deal with this. We all know the cities struggle with it too as well. And now it's spilled out. And honestly, I've seen no solid plans on how to fix this problem. And I mean, there's a lot of discussions being happening, but I think this is one of those ones where there's a lot of discussions going on and no action being taken. So a lot of this stems from mental health issues. So even the addictions part, there's a piece before the addictions hit, and it's generally mental health issues.
And I don't know the stats either. I mean, part of it is what you just said there, Kara, and mental health issues, but there's, you know, I'm hearing that there's also people that just have hit rock bottom and they don't have any place to go. So I don't know if it's all mental health. It could be, but we don't have the data. In fact, I don't think we even have the data on who's actually out there, do we? Like, no Stats Canada is going out there. Anthony?
I don't know if any of the individuals that are in the situation here at Drayton Valley, but I've read of articles of individuals that have been quite well off and are pretty much broken and living on the streets, and they've been offered help by various, I'm going to say friends and relatives, and they don't want it. I would guess if that's the scenario with that individuals and the ones that I've read about, I would bet that that is a similar pattern in our community, in that the individuals have made choices, not because of any other reason other than, I don't know, in their state of mind, they feel that this is what they want to do. And I don't know how we communicate or facilitate supports like it says in here from Lola's comment in page 140, that they've invested, it has been a challenge in this as a small community to manage and get secure funding to be able to offer services for our homeless population. So, I mean, it's not only the money, but it's also the interest of those individuals that are part of the homeless population to accept help. And it seems like, at least from some of the stories that I've read, and well-known people, personalities, they're in a state of mind that they don't seem to be open to helping, to get help. So I don't know what we can do. I think it's a conversation that needs to continue. But all those 4 requests and deadlines that they've put on page 140 are all within what I call the town of Drayton Valley's area. If we were to do any of those things, that's not within our municipal jurisdiction. So none of them, as far as I see it, are within what we could even act on.
Yeah, I'm back to the point where we don't know what's out there and what their problems are. You know, we haven't had to deal with this before, but I mean, you have to understand, you know, how did they get into that situation? Actually, who is actually out there? What's the data on that, so that you can at least start to try to identify what the problem is. Is it mostly male? Is it mostly female? Is it old? Is it young? You know, what got them into that situation? I think you almost need to do some sort of a research plan to find out what we're doing, because we're just guessing, or at least I assume we're guessing. Glenn would maybe have the most information so far because he went out there and helped clean things up, but I have no idea how many people are out there. Glenn?
When we were cleaning up, really, everybody scattered, so there was only a couple of people. There was just a male and a female there in their midlife, right? So I didn't see anybody. So that was the wish, was to try to connect with some people there. But there's probably other ways we could do that through the soup kitchen or the Warming Hearts as well, right? So it's something we should maybe look into and find out, get some more data on what's actually going on. What's the barriers that they're facing?
Kara, you've been relatively quiet this morning.
Through the chair to administration, I believe, didn't the town send over a recent report with all this information? Okay. So we do have the information and the data. I know it was emailed. I was actually trying to dig it up, but I can't find it through my emails. But we do know who's out there. They did a recent one. I believe it's done within the last 4 or 5 months. So. I would well, they can't name names in the report, but I'm assuming they know who because they know the numbers.
Okay. Anything else you guys want to comment on right now? Donna?
Yeah, that report was very thorough, and I'm sure that they do have the names. It's just not public. But yeah, we can learn a lot from that report.
It'd be nice to know the demographics and the ages and things like that to see what we're dealing with. And is it all mental health, or is it a combination of just no money anymore, or is it a combination of mental health and hitting rock bottom, as Glenn said? Kara?
And at the end of the day, I just, again, all we're doing is talking. I don't know, and I don't have all the answers either, but what I can tell you is we've had a number of events in this community since the spring, and anybody that comes from out of town comments, especially if they come from north side of Drayton, until the trees fill in, that how disgusted they are coming into our community, because that's the first thing that they see, is the mess. I think everybody in the room here is used to driving into town. We just drive by, we're complacent because we see it every day, but when people come to this community, that's the first thing they see.
Yeah.
And I agree, I have had parents talk to me, they don't feel safe, and they are sleeping in stairwells and in front of businesses, because I've got friends that live in this community that their kids used to walk from Miss Joanne's dance down to EPAC Center to try and, they were doing something, I don't know what event was going on, but they couldn't even have their little kids walk alone. They had to have a parent with them because of walking from, that's what, less than half a block, because of what was going on in the streets. They actually had to call the RCMP twice because there was people with needles stuck in their arms. So it is a problem.
Yes.
The problem is, for us as a local municipal government, we are not equipped to deal with it. And I think you alluded to it, Reeve, earlier, and you talked about what's in our lane and what's in our control when what we tax for. This is a provincial problem. We should be having a discussion with our MLA and asking him what the plan is going forward, and not any more talk and discussion and studies. We know what the problem is. Let's come up with a plan to deal with it. So I don't know if you guys would be open. My suggestion is we need to have a sit down and have a hard conversation, whether it's public. Actually, I would hope it would be public, with our MLA, and ask questions of our provincial government of what they're doing.
Okay.
Because we are not equipped to deal with it.
Great. Yeah, we deal with millions, the province deals with billions. And, correct. Anthony?
I'd like to ask Lee if he could maybe offer a question. I have a question for him. Lee, are you aware with the homeless shelters that are in Drayton Valley, the ones that have been put in the recent times, that FCSS kind of has some involvement in managing them? Do you know how well they're utilized, how full they are, those facilities?
Go ahead, Lee.
No, I couldn't comment on that. I can find some information for you and bring it back. I can speak to Lola or have Lola come. I mean, the pods, my understanding is they are well utilized.
Because that would be my first answer or question, I guess. If we're looking, and I mean municipal level, if the municipal level has already worked to get those types of facilities in there, if they're underutilized, then we need more. If they're not being utilized, that's part of the problem that I talked about earlier. If the individuals are making choices not to take advantage of the help that's afforded them. So I think we need to get a little more detailed information of how well those pods are being used. If they're well being, full and always to their max, so to speak, then statements that need to be evidenced and put forward to the province is, look, we need more of these. There's the problem that we are facing. I know that's probably the same for every community, but we need to start showing some of our lobbying, our requests for assistance based on statistics, rather than what I would call just top-of-the-head remarks that are more of a social issue.
What's that, Donna?
Well, that is in that report that we got, which I can't find right now. So yeah, we need to get together with the town and like Kara said, our MLA.
Well, at least this discussion is shining a flashlight on a problem that hasn't been fixed. So I think that's a good start, but you're right, we need to talk to the town of Drayton Valley to see what their plan is and to let them know, you know, where this actual camp is actually sitting. Because I think they think it's Brazeau County. Lee, did you have something else there to add?
No.
Oh, I just saw that your light was
Yep.
on there. Well, I'm not sure if we can deal with the motion right now, but I think ongoing discussions have to happen. The problem's not going away. Anthony?
Maybe we could ask, just table this for a little bit later on, because we have a public hearing coming up here like right
Yeah.
away. And to get administration maybe to draw that report back up and bring it to us so that we have it in front of us for the statistics. And, I mean, this letter was seemingly sent to both councils as well as our MLA. So it might be good then that if we get these statistics, to write a letter to the other two individuals that are on the top of this page and try to set up some type of public meeting.
Yeah, and I think Kara has a good comment there to contact our MLA to see if he's got any insight on solving the problem.
Well, he is one of the individuals that's on this, that got this
Yeah.
letter.
All right.
Could we maybe get administration to draw up that previous statistics and bring it back to us, and in the meantime, just table this till, you know, later in the meeting?
Okay.
Okay. Well, anyway, you can maybe search for it, Tina, while we go to our public hearing.
Okay, let's make a motion to go into public hearing for 1212-25.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I move that the regular council meeting of July 15th, 2025 proceed in a public hearing for bylaw number 1212-25 at 10:01 a.m.
Well, you're getting precise there, Glenn, that's good. Okay, take it away there, Chandra.
Thank you. Good morning, Reading Council. Rezoning application 25A-004, located on pages 68 through 77 of the agenda package, has been submitted to rezone approximately 11.4 acres from agricultural to agricultural holdings within a portion of Southwest 28-47-4 west of the 5th Meridian, and this would allow for the subdivision of an equally sized parcel. The subject lands are located immediately east of Range Road 44 and immediately north of Township Road 474, from which all parcels will have access, and this is shown on the land location map on page 70. The application was circulated for review and comments to external agencies, internal departments, and adjacent landowners. External comments were received from Buck Mountain Gas Co-op, Fortis Alberta, and TELUS, all of which advised that they had no concerns, conditions, or setbacks. Internal comments were provided by Public Works and Agricultural Services. Public Works requires that 5.18 meters of road widening along Township Road 474 be dedicated on the remnant parcel and the proposed lot. They also advise that the existing approaches of both the remnant parcel and the proposed lot meet county specifications. The comments received will also be carried forward to the Municipal Planning Commission to form the conditions of subdivision should rezoning proceed. Agricultural Services advised of the soil conditions and advised that a confined feeding operation is located approximately 3.5 miles away, but that department had no concerns regarding the rezoning or subdivision, and no letters of concern were received from adjacent landowners. The policy considerations were set out in the report to Council on June 17th and confirmed that the proposed rezoning is consistent with the county's municipal development plan and our land use bylaw, and the lands do not fall within any intermunicipal development plan or area structure plan. So it is the recommendation of administration that second and third readings be given to bylaw 1212-25 for the rezoning of approximately 11.4 acres from agricultural to agricultural holdings within a portion of Southwest 28-47-4 west of the 5th Meridian. Thank you.
Any questions from councilors? Anybody here in the public that's have comments in regards to this application? Anybody online? Okay, we need a motion to come out of public hearing, first of all. Dallas.
I move that Brazeau County Council come out of public hearing for bylaw 12-1225.
Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous? All right, so there's a request by administration to give second and third reading. Does somebody want to give second reading? Donna?
I move to give second reading to bylaw 1212-25.
Discussion? All those in favor? Kara?
Third reading.
Brad, I'll start speaking. I move that the regular council meeting of July 15th, 2025 proceed into public hearing for bylaw 1213-25 at 10:16 a.m.
Discussion? All those in favor? It's carried unanimous. Take it away, Lee.
So, yeah, page 94, during the June 3rd, 2025 regular meeting of council, moved by Donna Wilsey to bring the animal control bylaw back to the next council meeting. During the June 17th, 2025 regular council meeting of council, an updated draft of the animal control bylaw 1213-25 was presented and provided first reading. The bylaw takes into consideration previous discussions at council, an additional subclause under 4.5, and an incorporation of an over-limit permit for canines was developed for the bylaw. Such an over-limit permit would be sought by a resident if the number of canines they own exceeds the limit, and the reason for owning the canines does not meet the use of an animal service facility as defined by the land use bylaw. So attached for council's review is an updated animal control bylaw, which includes the following changes. Updated section 21C to ensure the definition of animal service facility is in line with the land use bylaw. Add a definition for the over-limit permit. Amend section 4.4 as the parameters of the animal service facility are contained within the land use bylaw. Amend section 4.5 with an additional subclause to limit the maximum number of canines to 5 on parcels larger than 1 acre in size. Add a new section establishing parameters regarding over-limit permits. That's on page 101, and I know when we went through this previously, there was some concern, and the over-limit permit does not contain where you have to consult your neighbors signing off, so that's not in there anymore. And then removal of Schedule A and C, amending all references of penalties or fine to reference the schedules of fee bylaw for the current fines and penalties. So we removed the actual fines, so it's not included in the bylaw, and then it'll just be included in the regular fees and schedule, the fee schedule. I know that the fees schedule is coming August 19th, we expect. The proposed bylaw was advertised to the public via the local newspaper ahead of the public hearing. At the generation of this report, no comments were received from the public. Administration previously collaborated with planning and development of this proposed bylaw. Should council provide second and third readings, schedule of fees, bylaw 1193-24 will also need to be brought back, like as previously said, for the schedule of fees. We do have two motions in there. The first motion is to provide second and third reading, and then as a further motion just to include these fees and fines until the schedule of fees can be brought back.
What's your thoughts there, councillors? Kara?
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, I know there were some questions previous and concerns around breeding operations on animal, for dogs. It's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if they had a breeding operation, regardless of the changes we're making, they still needed a permit prior, correct?
Yes, there's no changes that way, yeah. They needed one prior and they would need one now, yeah.
Thank you.
Donna?
I move to,
Well, we have to come out of public hearing first.
can I move to
Is there
come out?
anybody in the audience that have a concern? Yes. Yeah, come on up and speak into the microphone, state your name and what your issue is, just so we have it recorded there, so.
Thank you very much. I just have a couple of questions. My name is Susan Woodliff, and I was here at the last meeting when this was discussed. I wanted to say thank you very much for taking, my concerns into consideration. I know that other people probably had those concerns, but we're not there to express them. I'm looking at page 113, and I just need a little clarification. At the top, number 1, there's an over-limit canine permit, and it says there's no fee. But then on the next page, under the penalties, it says there's an over-limit permit, and it says $200, $400, $600. Would that be for operating without the permit? Okay, maybe that needs to be clarified, because if I don't understand it, others might not. And I think that's all I had to say. Thank you very much.
What do you want to do? Pardon me? Anybody online that have comments? No one online. Okay, well then we can have a motion to come out of public input session or public hearing for the animal control bylaw. Anthony,
I move to come out of public hearing.
discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Anthony,
I move second reading to bylaw 1213-25.
discussion? All those in favor? Those opposed? Dallas and Bart are opposed. So the motion is carried. Kara, go ahead.
I move third reading to bylaw 1213-25.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? Those opposed? Same two opposed, Dallas and Bart. Motion is still carried. Go ahead, Donna.
I move that council approve the fees and fines for animal control as laid out in attachment 2 of the report, and direct administration to incorporate the fees and fines into the schedule of fees bylaw at the next available council meeting.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Those opposed? Dallas and Bart. Motion is carried. All right, we're, well, unless you want to go ahead early, Eagle Point, are you ready to make a presentation? We've got another 5 minutes. Well, a rolling stone gathers no moss, so.
Well, I'll hand out to all of you a copy of our annual report as well.
there. How are you, Sandra?
Going back to my chair. Well, thank you very much for having us at the meeting today. I brought with me my colleague Tanya Duper, who is our Finance Director for the Parks Council. I just wanted to say thank you to Dallas, as he is our Director from Brazeau County this year, and also to say thank you to all of you who've run this last term. I guess we've got an election coming in October, so there may be some new faces around this table. So I just want to thank all of you for your service to the region and the county.
What do you know that we don't know?
Is everybody a little uneasy? No, I'm sure anybody who's running will be back. Okay. Oh, you guys have control over there? Awesome. Thank you. So I just wanted to draw, well, first off, I like to come here to do this annual report to you, not to ask for anything. I just feel it's important that we update you as to what's been going on with the Parks Council in the last year, and to show you some of the highlights. So here we go. This next Thursday, or like 2 days from now, we are going to be having our mothball event. We had this event last year, as well as in 2023. And this is an event we actually partner with you guys on through your ALICE program. The mothball is kind of a nature nerd night. It's all things of creatures in the dark. So your amphibians, your bats, your moths, all those kind of creepy crawlers. And it's a really fun evening with lots of excellent speakers coming to it. We have kind of provincially and nationally renowned experts in the field of lepidopterists and bats and different amphibian and reptile folks. So it's a fun night, and we're very happy that Brazeau County partners with us on it. And we're anticipating, last year we had about 100 people at the event, and we're anticipating about a similar size this time as well. So thank you for being partners with us on that. Next slide, thank you. Just to update you on our recreation clubs, as you know, the Brazeau ATV Club, the Brazeau Bowbenders Archery Club, DV Horse Club, DV Paddle Club, Evergreen Shooting Club, Pembina Nordic Ski Club, and West Central Riverboat Association are all avid clubs in this area, kind of contributing to the overall quality of life for residents. And these folks all put in considerable volunteer hours, as well as a lot of equipment hours, donated equipment hours. And so when you kind of take their volunteer hours and equipment hours, the monetary value they bring is just right around $150,000 to the area in the work that they do to do trail maintenance and facility maintenance and development. So just want to acknowledge the clubs and the great work that they do in making our area a great place to live. Our nature education program, it used to be called our environmental and outdoor education program. We just simplified it recently to nature education. We had we had 137 program sessions this past year with 4,839 students participating. We had 23 schools and organizations take part in our programming, representing 12 communities. The corporate dollars that we raised to operate that program this past year was, in 2024, was $106,000. And just by the picture there, I just want you to note that is our Fur Trade Experience program, which has been developed extensively in-house. Kathy Schwengler, my colleague who's in charge of our nature education program, has partnered with the Rocky Mountain Historic Society, and they lent us all those, I guess, costumes, so to speak, and artifacts that we bring out for that event. What happens is the kids come to the Pembina Nordic Center They get to hear a play about David Thompson and his exploits in this area, and then they get to go out and be fur traders and look for fur caches that are set up in the woods. And we even have it set up that they wear colors. They have red capes and blue capes. Red capes representing the Hudson's Bay Company, blue capes representing the Northwest Company. So they go out in search of fur caches, and then they get to bring them back to the trading post, which is the rustic cabin at Pembina Nordic, and they trade for what they think they would need to survive as they go forward as fur traders. So kind of trying to bring that experience to life and speak to the natural, or to the history of this region and David Thompson, the people that would have been here those many years ago. Next slide, thank you. I always like to include in the report information about our trail use, because that's pretty significant data. We received trail counters a number of years ago through a grant with the Drayton Valley Community Foundation. And so they report, we have 5 trail counters set up. The Pembina Nordic single track data that's up there is actually questionable. The trail counter was not working for probably half the year and during the busiest half of the year. So that Pembina Nordic single track usually is around 2,500. So that's just where the data was this year. But I know this data can be useful to you guys too as you plan for some of the recreation investment into this area. For community events, we held 12 different events this past year. One of your esteemed colleagues was very gracious to help us out with our Fire and Ice Festival and did the Polar Plunge and raised considerable funds for our Nature Navigator van that we just recently purchased, so thank you to that. And we had about 3,100 participants in all of our community events this year, with about 142 volunteers supporting those events. And yeah, we had a few new events come to the table. We had gold panning, Christmas wreath making, nature journaling, and we even held a cabin of captivity escape room. So those were some of the newer events that were held. And then just to highlight again the partnership that we feel we have with Brazeau County. Again, your sponsorship with the mothball is very beneficial to us. Also, your sponsorship of $1,000 to the Fire and Ice Festival is helpful. You provide area for parking for our pumpkin walk, which is highly necessary as we get such a strong turnout for that event. And I know behind the scenes you supply a lot of in-kind support to the recreation clubs. And also you're a founding member of the Parks Council organization. So I thank you for your representation at our table and the service that you give. Last thing I'll talk to you about is I handed out a survey to all of you. If you would be so kind as to complete it, and perhaps you can give it to Tina when you're done with it. We are doing some 5-year strategic planning. Our 5-year strategic plan is this first one that we generated will be coming to an end at the end of 25, so we need a new one going forward. We'd like to have a bit of community consultation, so we have reached out to both municipal councils as well as folks that are on our email list, as well as folks that are members of our recreation clubs. So they all had a chance to input onto the survey. The new plan will be completed in February. And our 5-year strategic plan we take pretty seriously. It pretty much guides our whole organization from our budget to our timesheets, everything going forward. And it really allows us to keep on track with what our goals are, if we're achieving our goals, if we're measuring our goals accordingly, and if our budget is oriented to what our goals are. So it's been a highly useful exercise and one that I'm excited to carry through for another 5 years. So that is essentially my presentation. If you have any questions, I can take those now.
Any questions, councillors? You must have done too good of a job there, Sandra. Donna?
I don't have any questions, but I just commend you on all this service that you give to the county and the town of Drayton Valley. It's amazing.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor.
All right, take the rest of the day off, Sandra.
I'm going to do that, Bart. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, good job.
Thank you. The International Renewable Energy Systems, are you ready to do your presentation? Yeah, come on up then. We'll give you, you'll get an extra 5 minutes here. Morning, nice to see you guys.
Nice to see you all. Good morning. So, good morning, council members. It's good to see you all again.
You might have to either lift your microphone or...
Too tall.
You're too tall.
So, good morning, council. It's good to be back here again to talk about some of the projects and conversations that we've had a couple of years back. So, the last time we came, next slide, please. We came with two proposals. One was for solar installation for county-managed sites, and the second was for air batteries, which is basically using our existing pipelines for storage, battery systems for the county. And the presentation that we're having today is a follow-on to that one that we had the last time we came, which is just focused on the solar projects. Next slide. So we came, we asked for support in search of funding, revenue generating ideas, letters of support for grant applications, and engagement of wire owners, and to obtain the necessary permitting to get the solar installs done. And we've been able to make some good progress, especially on the funding side, and that's what we're here to present to you today. Next slide. So today we're asking that the council approves that we work with the admin office to secure the identified fundings that we've seen. One of the funds that we've seen is a grant, which is not to be paid back. It's about 30 to 40%, depending on the scale of the project, for the solar install, and we have up to $500,000 that we could get as grants from the province and the federal government through the MCCAC. MCCAC is the municipal program that provides funding for clean energy projects in the province and across Canada. I think the biggest thing to mention here is that we currently have our county managed sites we're paying for electricity at those sites, but this is a revenue generating idea for the council, and we're able to reduce the cost that we actually spend on power. For example, the admin building, we spend about $78,000 a year on electricity, and we're able to bring that down significantly. So, next slide, please. So, talking about the admin building, we're proposing that based on today's power use, we're paying about $77,500 for the electricity that we use in this admin building, and we're able to reduce that by up to $30,000 by installing solar. And basically, we secure grants from the government, and then also secure loans, working with the county, and we pay back the loan, but rather than paying back for power, we're paying down the loan, and For the first 10 years, we're generating $29,954. And then after 10 years, we're actually the owner of the facility, loan fully paid, and we're generating the full cost of power, meaning that we're producing all the power that we need, and we're not having to pay for power, and that's money that we have back in the pocket for Brazeau County to use for other projects. So basically, we've gone through all of the county-managed sites, and we've picked out the locations that have the highest potential for return on investment for the county. And we see for the top 5 locations, we're able to reduce the cost for the next 10 years every year by $46,000 from installing solar. Currently, we're paying $123,000 on those top 5 locations for electricity annually. And we're able to reduce that significantly to $76,000 if we take a loan from the province. We also have the option of paying for the install ourselves, so we can actually go ahead and do the installation after we've got the grants. We pay for the balance of the costs, and then we just charge the county for the electricity used, which after 10 years becomes county-owned anyways as well. So we've got those options, and we want the council. So if you go to the previous slide, please. Yes, so we're looking for the council to approve that we work with the admin to secure the funds and to do the installation of those projects. So the locations, to be specific, would be admin building here. We have the solar aquatics in Cynthia. So currently the solar aquatics, we're spending over $10,000 a year for electricity at that location. We're able to reduce that by 22%. And then we've got 3 other locations. 2 of them are close to the campground, the Wiley West campground. They are county-managed sites at that location. And just those 2 alone, we're paying about $25,000 for electricity annually, which we're able to reduce significantly by 30% and 55%. Next slide, please. Next slide. So looking at the admin building, the capacity that we would install to offset the energy that we use annually would be 317.2 kilowatts of solar install. And we can access over $237,000 in grants from the federal to do that. And this grant became available this April. And then we're able to source either provincial loans, working with the county for the balance of the cost, which is going to come to $396,000, or we can actually fund it as IRIS and charge the county for the electricity that you use year on year. So that's for the admin building. Just to mention, already we're spending $78,000 annually on electricity here already, on the building already. Next slide. So this just gives a sense of the return rate that you would have. So today, if we took a loan from the province, as at 30th of June, the prevailing rates for loans at the province are charged at interest rates of 3.72. We're able to make a annual return of 9.4 just by installing the solar. So the balance of that difference is actually money back in the county coffers that we could use as for other projects that we might want to work on. Next slides. It's the same for all the other locations as well. This is just showing all the detail about the investments that you would make, the grants that you could get, and the option to get more revenue generated for the county. Next slide. Next slide. Keep moving. Yep. Next slide. Next one. Yes. So the grant that we're looking at is called MCCAC. It's a municipal council grants that's available through the federal government. Basically, we have up to $500,000 that we could get from the grant that we got access to. And then based on the top 5 projects that we're looking at, we could get up to $340,000 in grants from the federal government. And then the balance of the costs could be either through a provincial loan or through IRIS funding directly. And the grant approval takes about 3 weeks from the day of the application to when we get the approval. And then it's required that we source other installers, quotes from other installers, just to make sure we have a competitive quote for the installation if we choose to go ahead. And then the final approval from for the grant takes another 6 weeks. And then once we've got the approval, we can go ahead with the install. The execution is going to take 24 weeks from the point of grant approval and 4 weeks to get the commissioning done. So total is going to be roughly about 53 weeks total to get it all sorted. Project timeline is from the date of approval. We need to have the project completed within 12 months. That's the requirement. It's an agreement that we have to sign at the time of grant approval for us to get the execution done within 12 months. And the timelines that we've shown is purely based on the current MCC AC timelines that they have posted on their website. Next slide, please. So this is an indication of where the projects that we're looking at are going to be. But we've got other options as well that are like after the top 5, we've got another 6 locations that we're looking at. Next slide. So a bit of background on the selection of the locations. So those top 5 locations account for 70% of county electricity consumption. That's why we pick them. And they also have the highest return on investment for the county. So if the last point there is just a comparison. So if we had an investment at 4% return on investment or 6% return on investment, we're making way higher return on investment for going with the project if we do decide to go ahead. We've got $500,000 that we could access in grant funding. The top 5 locations gives us access to about $340,000. Next slide, please. A point to highlight is that for example, we've got some locations that may be not yet built or currently ongoing that we may want to include. If we do have a contract to do maybe an infrastructure project that is ongoing, we could actually take on that contract and submit that to Fortis or to the wire owner, and then they would approve for us to do solar install at that location as well. So I hear we've got a solar aquatics planned for some location within the county, also any other county projects that we've got lined up, as long as we've got either a contract in view or an invoice that we could present to the wire owner. It's a regulatory requirement that we only produce as much as we use for locations that we want to install solar at the moment. So the other location that we see is Lodge Pole Ring Road lift pump. There's a lift pump that we've got at Ring Road. And then there's the Easy Ford Community Center that we could install as well. And then the fire hall already has solar on it. We could increase that. And then we've got a tower site somewhere also at Cynthia. We've got the Barrymore Grader Yard. And these locations are just, the basis for selecting these locations is purely like the ones that has the most consumption, electricity consumption that we've got currently in county managed sites. Next slide, please. So, yeah, so we as IRIS are happy to fund the balance of the costs if the council decides to go that route. It's a very good investment opportunity for us as well. And then at any point, the county can come back and say, hey, we want to take the system back and then pay for the balance of the costs as well. This option is a no-risk, low-return option if we choose to go that route. And yeah, we're happy to go either way. Get the grants, which is option 1, and then fund with provincial loan, or option 2, get the grants, and then we pay for the balance of the cost. And that's where I open the floor for comments, please, and questions. Next slide.
Are you drawing the blank there, or is
It's to fill out your questions and comments.
So we have two choices. One, we either fund it ourselves and reap a higher return, or you guys fund it and have a no-risk, low-return.
Yes. So basically, we share the benefits, but we take a good chunk of it.
Administration, did you have a good look at this particular proposal ahead of time, or?
Thank you, Reeve. I've worked back and forth with this group for a few meetings to walk through this. Their presentation is a little bit different than what we had talked to, so I'm trying to get caught up with a little bit of the changes. Basically, what they were coming forward with, as I understood it prior to this meeting, was a proposal where we would have to find, in one way, shape, or form, about $600,000 to do the phase one. So they've modified that somewhat in this proposal.
So the update that we've made is out of the 600,000, we've got the grant coverage, which is 237,000. That leaves us with 340, and then that 340 we could get as a loan from the province, or we could fund it ourselves. The funding that we wanted to allocate to this actually just came in this week, so that's why we did a bit of the updates there. But the grant is there for the taking.
$7,000, which reduces it down to $340,000 roughly, or whatever it was, and then you can get a loan, a low-interest loan for the balance.
Yes, the beauty of it is the county actually has access to a loan with a very low interest rate of 3.72 from the province, and we've checked that out. The prevailing one right now, as at 30th of June, is 3.72. It was slightly lower just a couple of weeks before, but the one that we see today is 3.72. But if we do go to get the funding, we're going to get it at slightly higher interest rates. But the return on investment is really good. It's 9.4 year on year.
Okay. Anthony.
Rudy, I need some clarification from you. Well, this is to put a solar installations on, is that correct?
Yes.
Well, we already have solar installations on some of these buildings that are being proposed here, like this county administration building.
Yes, and I believe that their proposal puts that into consideration, the existing structure that we have.
I'm not following it. Like, if we have these already here, why would we need another set of installation?
So that's a very good question, Anthony. The solar that you've bought doesn't offset all of the energy that you need for the building. It offsets only about 25%. So what we're looking at is to offset the full energy that you use, and then that way you get the revenue that you need to generate from the solar install.
So it's additional solar paneling.
That's correct, yes.
And based on the setup that we have there, it was only allowing us to get what we were, I don't know what the right terminology was, but I thought what we were using, that's the maximum what we could generate. We couldn't generate more to put it in for a sale. And now I'm understanding from what you're trying to tell me that we're using more than what we have set up there. Like, has our power consumption increased?
So another very good question, Anthony. So there are two ways to put power back in the grid. There's the way where you generate less than 150 kilowatts and put back in the grid, and then you sell at solar club rates, or you put back the full consumption that you have and you sell at microgen rates. So the solar club rates, even though it's smaller capacity, gives you access to higher rates of return for a small project. If you go bigger, you will get more that you could put in, and then the rates are slightly less, but because of the scale, you get more returns. So to make just numbers specifically, 150 kilowatts is the maximum you can put in on the solar club. You sell back to the grid at 30 cents per kilowatt hour in the summer. At microgen rates today, you're selling at about 19 cents per kilowatt hour. But because you've got 317 kilowatts extra, you're getting more return on investment because of the scale.
So it sounds like we're using more power than we had initially.
No, I don't know if we're using more power. I think it's the fact that what he's talking about is you've got two different entities there. One gives you a certain rate of return, and the other one gives you a lower rate of return. And so that's where we're at right now.
Yeah.
But still, it's above what you're paying. So what are we paying normally? 11%?
So right now, for this building, we're paying $78,000 a year. Every year, $78,000 has to leave the account anyways for electricity, right? With this install, if you do take a loan, you can reduce that to about $4,000 a month, which is $48,000 a year, and then you get a revenue of about $30,000. So the question you asked before, the first option limits how much you can put back in the grid. So if you're going with the solar club, you cannot put more than 150 kilowatts, even if you're using 500. Like this building needs about close to 500 kilowatts. But the quantity that you can put back in the grid based on the solar club is only 150. The install that was done was considering staying within the 150 and tapping into solar club. What we're proposing is netting it to zero and getting more revenue generated. So you're not limited by what the solar club allows you to put back in the grid. You go full blast, get all the power that you use paid for by installing solar, and then you get the revenue generated for the county.
You look confused there, Anthony.
Yeah.
Yeah, and somehow the message isn't, the solar club only allows you 150,000 watts max. So that's all, and that's your best rate of return. So I don't know what the rate of return is, but I get 30 cents back on every watt that I generate. Okay, so that's in the solar club. This goes beyond the solar club to, I don't know what you call the other program, just the microgen producers?
Microgen rates. So
and,
yeah.
And it's less than the solar club.
It's less, but because you've got more power that you're using, the scale actually gets you more revenue.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're using more than just what the solar club produces for energy. So the rest of it, we can still get more than the regular rates. It's just that it's going to be a bigger volume, therefore you make more money, but not as much per watt. So we'll be saving 74,000. Did I do the math right?
So just for this building, you'll be saving about $30,000. So if you, hi Tina, please, if you could go back. Yeah, it's right there. Keep going, please. Keep going. Yeah. Keep going, yeah. Keep going. So that's the one. So for this building today, we're spending for electricity $77,496.57 a year. Every year, that money goes out of the council coffers. So if we do go with the solar install, then what we're paying back for the loan from the province is going to be $47,541.84, and we're generating $29,954.73 just from this building. And that's for the next 10 years when we pay off the loan. After 10 years, from 10 to 25 years, which is when the system is fully warranted for, you'll be generating 77,000. So you're not having to pay for power anymore for this building.
Any better yet? Keep asking your questions. You know, you're asking good questions.
So then the loans that we currently have in place that have put up the panels that are up there, are those payments that are due every year? On top of that, 47,000? Or, yeah, I think it's 47,000 loan?
If I may, the loan payment that we're referring to here would be the loan.
You'll have to speak a little closer to the microphone, please.
The loan payment that we're referring here to would just be strictly for the new installation we're proposing.
So we also have payments, though, that are currently on the installations that are up there?
I'm not aware.
Yeah, so I've looked at the numbers prior when we did the assessments before. So the loan that you're paying back for the install up there is actually less than how much you would have paid for power if you were paying for the power that you use for that part of the consumption. So either way, you still have to pay for the power anyways. When the install was done, how much we were paying for power for the building dropped significantly based on the capacity that we had installed. So even though we're paying a loan, the loan could have been paid for electricity that you would use anyways, but the solar is generating the power, so you're not paying for that portion of the power that is being generated.
I'm not getting it through my head why we would be paying $47,000 for a loan for putting on this new install. We already got loan payments for the existing install, so our loan payments would be 47 plus the current. And that's the part, Rudy, I guess I'm asking how that's still, having all those numbers inclusive, how that still then affects our potential for making money.
Thank you, Reeve, through you to Councillor Heinrich. I haven't looked at the loan numbers that are relative to this solar project that we currently have in place in administration at this complex, and I can certainly do that. Also, I don't know if this will help clarify some confusion or put some confusion into the confusion, but I went back and forth with these gentlemen several times on how to move forward with this, and maybe the confusion is that this is not a recommendation coming from administration. This is a follow-up presentation that these gentlemen are doing based on a previous presentation they had done to council. So with the additional information that they have regarding the grants, they wanted to bring that information to council. So we've been working on that basis. A fair question from Councillor Heinrich. I think that there's some information to solidify there in terms of what we're currently paying and the benefits we're deriving from it. I think Mr. Chakwanta was saying that we are currently paying a loan, but we're also receiving the electrical rebate benefits from having that production up there. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah.
Other stuff is a fixed program that's already going on, whether we do anything else or not, right? So it's like a separate building that is actually generating power. Does that make any sense? Like they only use the first half of this building. Now there's an opportunity to put more solar on, and this is the return on investment for the new solar that you're going to put on. Nothing to do with the old stuff. You can add them together if you want, but you might as well keep them separate so that you know the decisions you're making today has a return on the investment of whatever they've got projected here. Plus, we don't know what power prices are going to be in the future.
If I may, maybe this might make it clear. So for like what we're saying is if you were to approve the project for strictly the admin building, you're currently paying $77,500 for electricity. So what we're saying is you can pay us to do the installation, which is what we're proposing, and then your cost goes down that $30,000, but now your electricity is being produced by that installation. So if you go with the install, it's a difference of $30,000 a year. Cheaper, you have your electricity paid for, and then the money that would originally be going out of your account would be going to repay the loan for the installation, saving you $30,000 a year over 10 years. And then it's strictly revenue generating for 15 years during the warranty period. And then it could also extend past the warranty period, but it's a guaranteed 25-year warranty period.
Question? Go ahead, Glenn.
Did you want to handle public input right now? It's past 11.
Oh, yeah, I guess we could. We can do that. Thanks for reminding me there. All right, we're just going to take a break here. So this is a public input session. It's a chance for people from the public to bring forward any issues or concerns. Just be respectful of staff and the elected officials and direct your questions through me. So is there anybody here that has some suggestions for council? Yeah, come on down. And just like everybody else, you got to state your name for the record and speak into the microphone so we can capture your comments.
everybody.
Morning.
Arnold Schmidt from Cynthia. I have a meeting at, I believe it's 1:15.
Okay.
This regards my property and the things the county wants me to do. I'm not sure if this is the moment I should talk about it. Would be okay?
Well, you're on the agenda at 1:15, so that might be more appropriate, but if you want to do a quick synopsis to get us thinking anyway.
Okay. I've been in the community since '98. I built a home. Once the last nail and shingles were gone, I had to head out to work. And the community has developed a lot of different things, and there's a lot of things that are still deficient, and my property has become deficient as well. So we'll discuss that later. But there are a few things as far as fire issues out there, and I don't know who to speak to. There's a lot of things that have to do with people moving into the community thinking they have a beautiful home and finding out later on that it's not. It was all crap. And my neighbor, she lost $40,000 because the inspector didn't inspect the property properly. And she's had her wit's end. She doesn't want to say it, I know it. And because she's my neighbor, I care about her. So there's got to be some way that the council can verify the inspector's qualifications, because we can't just keep having this, you know? I mean, that's one issue. We'll discuss that with you later.
Okay.
Okay?
Have you got a list of the concerns and stuff too that you can share with council, or is it just all oral?
It's mostly oral.
Okay.
I mean, I've mentioned a few things to one of the people in planning about a tree that's at the back of the alley by the pump house that's leaning, and if it takes out the power lines, we lose a pump house. So, but those are other issues.
Okay.
So 1:15?
1:15, you're on.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
Anybody else here? Come on down, Pete.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning,
Pete Calvert from Range Road 83. I don't know, I've talked to a few of the road foremen, I won't mention no names or anything, but over our road, and they say there's been no complaints, no one's been complaining about it. So I guess maybe I'm the one that's supposed to be doing something, I don't know. But you guys haven't touched the road since last August, and it's getting religious all the time. It's plumb right from the Lodgepole Highway all the way down to 482. It's plumb full of holes. It's getting rougher, and the main intersection is probably going to take a tandem load or 2 tandem loads to fix the intersection. And no one seems to do anything about it. What is going on? And plus here 2-3 weeks ago, you guys had the counters out on the road, counting the traffic. You already know how much traffic's on that road. So what's happening with it?
Well, they like to verify the road counts and see a consistent, maybe a count going on. So they put in counters there where they think it's appropriate there, Pete. And it's good to do that because maybe the traffic count has gone up.
Well, it probably has. But how about fixing the road?
Right.
Has anyone ever drove it? You guys worked on 481. The road foremen had to went down our road, and they went around the other way because it was too rough.
No, we can have a look into it there, Pete, for you. Administration is hearing what you're saying, and there may be people going out there, you know, in the near future here.
Well, there's enough people. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one that's in here complaining about the road.
So far you are.
Well, that I don't believe. Because to go back south on the road from the time you leave the Lodgepole Highway, you have to drive right on the right-hand side of the shoulder, right to the grass, without hitting a hole.
Okay.
The other side, the big trucks hit it. At Perry's Nut RV, there was a hole there last fall, and it's getting bigger and bigger.
Okay. Administration
But if you're
is
going to
hearing
send a crew out there with blacktop to fill the holes in, tell them to send a packer with it, instead of using the truck and the Bobcat to pack it down. Because what's the difference, driving in a hole or driving over a hump? One's just as bad as the other.
Yes.
And another complaint, our highways. I know that most of the highways, 39 and 22, is all belong to the county or to the federal government, part of my highways, whatever you want to. But what's wrong with painting our lines? You take off at from 39 off the Lodgepole Road going around the bend by UFA, there's no markers. There's nothing. You don't know where you're supposed to be. And I've talked to you about it before. A couple of weeks later, he did get the road painted, but can't you put a fire under somebody? Because we're still in the Brazeau area. Right?
I think you're the one that puts the fire under people, so by coming in here and voicing your concerns, that gets transmitted to the appropriate people usually.
Well, I hope so.
Okay, I hope so too.
Okay. Or maybe you're holding off on our road until after the election?
No, we'd be better off to fix it before the election, wouldn't we?
Yeah, if you want my vote, you do. I thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you, Pete. Anybody else want to entertain us? Oh, go ahead there, Kara.
Just a quick comment. Pete, we're going to put something, I suspect we'll put a couple of your items on the agenda. I think Glenn maybe has some comments too. The line painting one, I know it's a huge issue, and what I would be open is, let's put that one on too, and I want to send a letter to AT. So there is some line painting in the area. I do a lot of traveling, but if you guys travel, especially in this area, some of it's done, some of it's not done. You never, like, it's deplorable. And especially that leg south of town. I don't know what it is, like if somebody just forgets it. Do you guys know the bend or curve south that coming out of Drayton? Everybody's nodding, you know exactly where I'm talking about. Like, nobody knows which lane they're in. It's awful, but then as soon as you come a couple kilometers to the north, the lines are painted. But then again, some of them are not completely finished either. So it's like they forgot to come back and are missing chunks. So anyways, I hear you on the line painting. It's driving me nuts. And I do a lot of driving, and I know the area, and it's difficult.
Okay, you put a burner under our butt there. There was somebody else that was going to come up here. Oh, Glenn, did you have a question?
Comment. I guess on 83 there, Pete, last time you came, I took that to heart and I drove out there. So if nothing was done, it might have been because of me, because I thought that road was fine. Compared to my road, 502, compared to the road that Bart's got to drive, I would take your road any day. So I took time out there, I drove, and I considered that not a valid complaint. So if you're going to blame anybody for it, it would be me. I'm not going to drive out there to go check it again, because once that's been done once, that's enough for me, but I appreciate it.
All right, come on.
Hi, I'm Weston Nelson. I'm here to follow up on the Hilltop Acres subdivision that you guys got the funding for from the Alberta government. And I'm just kind of curious of what the status and plan of everything is. Going on 2 years here now. I know the funding's been put in place. I'm just trying to find if we have a timeline or any type of resolution to the flooding problems. This year being a wet year has been just I haven't got anything done on my property or the neighboring property just due to the water sitting there all year. I know you guys are pumping it out, and I'm grateful for what's been done, but I want to know what the plan is going forward.
Thank you, Reeve. No formal update at this point. The grant funding was received this spring, and so we started moving forward with the engineering after the thaw, and that engineering should be complete fairly shortly.
So what is that?
So the plan is they have to do the engineering first.
Okay.
So that's in the works is what I'm hearing as well. And then once the engineering is done, then they can go out for bid, or they can at least know what they're up against as far as the amount of dirt they're going to need, or trenches, or whatever it is.
So do we have a ballpark timeline on even a completion or any scope of work at this point in time, or you're just waiting for engineering? because I haven't seen a soul out there except some people that put some flags in the ground.
Rudy, any closer update for us?
Reeve, nothing further. I mean, we're waiting on the engineering report. We can't really start digging holes and making trenches and doing those sorts of things until we know exactly where we're putting them to make the most impact and the positive result that we're looking for.
All I can suggest is you touch base back here. Once the engineering is done, you don't have to necessarily come in, but a phone call will at least give you a chance to get an update of where we're at here. And the rain, I'm sure, has slowed down some of the stuff going on there. Glenn?
So maybe I missed sending you a letter, but the Public Works did send me a letter saying that the larger project, shovels in the ground, is scheduled for completion in 2026. I know that's not what you want to hear, but yeah, I should have, if you didn't get this letter, then it's my fault and I apologize, but I'll forward this to you. But yeah, unfortunately, not till next year. Engineering this year, completion next year.
Okay. Well, that's an update for all of us. Anthony, you got something to say?
I guess I'm probably as unsure of why we were too, as perhaps the resident is, because I thought we had engineering going already. And now we're having engineering still being done, because we did some engineering there in order to apply for the grant that Emerald was applying for. And I believe that was the subsequent grant monies that probably come through some further negotiations and the like. So from my understanding, not seeing or remembering the letter Glenn's speaking of, I thought action would have been in the ground already.
That was my impression too, because I know we did land slope studies and water slope analysis last year. And then I seen the funding, hadn't heard anything. I did talk to Glenn on the phone. He gave me a brief update on it with the neighboring property and the funding that was received after I seen it on social media, I think, or your website possibly. So yeah, I haven't seen anything happen since. So I am in agreement with you that I thought engineering was kind of done.
It'll get done before the election.
Sales pitch. All right, okay, thank you.
Kara?
There sounds like there's a lot of confusion with what's happening. So may I suggest through the chair to administration and Mr. Ekstrom, can you leave your contact information? And I would request that we get an update from Public Works that is shared with council plus Mr. Ekstrom. Okay, how updated is that Public Works? Okay, no, it's okay. Don't apologize.
June 24th is when I got it.
Okay.
So sorry, my apologies. I didn't look, I just assumed it got to you, so.
But I think there's been some other questions that have been built at the same time. So again, I think my suggestion, Mr. Ekstrom, can you leave your contact information, phone number, and an email address with administration? Let's include that June 24th letter. And then I think there was some other questions about what prior work has been done. So maybe if we can get a complete update and report on this.
Good idea.
So that we're all on the same page. Oh, sorry, Mr. Nelson. I thought it was Mr. Ekstrom. I am so sorry. Excellent.
Rudy, you got something else to add?
If I may, Reeve, just to clarify the timelines, and Councillor Heinrich was referring to a previous Public Works Director. The original grant application, first of all, that was submitted by Brazeau County was rejected by the province. It was the second grant application during my time here that was successful. So we did have the grant to proceed. However, we could not legally start with anything until we actually had legal right, ownership, property access to that piece of land. So everything had to wait until that legal access was provided through acquisition of the property. So that never happened until June. So I apologize for the slowness, but we had to take the appropriate steps in order to move forward and get this done right.
And the grant was what, $750,000 roughly?
Yeah, the grant gives us $788,000 on the, and we had the correct, we did have engineering to get the size and scope of the project. So that went in with the application of the grant, and so we received $788,000 for what we believe will be a $1.2 or $1.3 million project. So we are going to be having to put some money into it, but now the process of working out the details of that project are fully underway.
$750,000 is a close proximity?
Yes.
All right. So that's the best we can do is where we're at right now, but we want to take advantage of the grants as much as we can, because that's a big chunk of change.
Finding out that you guys receive grants is extremely beneficial because it helps do a proper repair versus a patch job, I would say. I didn't think the scope of the work was going to be at that $1.2 million range, but I would probably be a little redneck and could probably do it for 40 grand in an excavator. But again, it would be a patchy repair. So if we're going full steam ahead, and we are moving forward, I just haven't really heard much of an update at all, and I wanted to know what's going on. This year being a wet year has been, like, I can't even go fencing because there's a foot of water in the back of my property, and all the trees throughout the subdivision are dying this year because everything's full of water. It's just not ideal. So I guess if you guys can, give me an update on it, and then when engineering's involved, if you guys keep me posted on a scope of work, I would be greatly appreciated.
Fencing, if it's not wet and raining, I'm not fencing. So.
Yeah, well, it's just getting in there, knee-deep water right now. It's pretty gross.
Yes.
You can barely get a quad through the bar.
Posts go in easier, though.
Yeah, that's true. Do they stay in?
All right, thanks for coming in. All right, Chris, you're back on target here. The public input session is now closed. Okay, Anthony, you're back up. No? Glenn, were you talking about this solar project here? Before we took a break.
I have a question, sure. So I know on the administration building you guys want to add quite a bit. Have you looked at the roof? Have we got space available on the roof for all of this extra solar?
That's a very good question, Glenn. So we don't have space on the roof. We're looking at,
we were looking at doing a ground mount installation that would be backing your fenced off area where your equipment is already. Because the installation of a ground mount has to be fenced off as well, for safety precautions, of course. So we were thinking about backing off and using one side of the existing fence that you guys have as a possibility for a ground mount installation.
That's the fence beside the shop.
Okay, thank you.
Well, there's that whole south wall, though, that you could probably put on quite a few panels as well, the vertical wall, and then you don't have to worry about cleaning the snow. I don't know if you looked at that or not, but...
So for Brazeau, it's usually better to have the solar installed at about 45 degrees, just so the snow can fall off just naturally, and then you get a lot more production year-round. With the vertical, you get a lot of production in the winter, but not so much in the summer.
Right.
So it's lower.
Rudy.
Thank you, Reeve. If I may, administration has pulled up some additional information to Councillor Heinrich's questions. So the current cost of the infrastructure, the solar infrastructure on the admin and shop building, is actually a leased piece of equipment. We've signed a long-term lease. The total value of the lease is $132,802. And we're currently paying about $10,000 or $11,000 a year in lease payments. And those lease payments are being made through the Alternative Energy Restricted Surplus Account Fund. So the money that we're saving from the solar energy that's going into the solar reserve account is being used to pay the lease payments on the infrastructure that we have currently.
So that's the money from Violet Grove?
That's the money that we're generating from the administration and shop solar panels that we currently have here on this site. I don't have the information around the lease information for Violet Grove on this particular document.
So the solar's paying the bill is what I'm hearing, if that's correct. And more. Pardon me? Go ahead, talk on the...
No, I'm good.
Anthony.
Some of the monies that go into that solar account that we have reserved are also being put in from any surpluses that are from our administration and operating budget surplus, because there's a policy that any surplus we have left over from our county operations goes into various reserves, one of them being the energy reserve. So not all the money that's in there is money that's being generated as a result of the solar panel works.
You'll have to give us a report on that, Rudy.
I think, Rudy, from my point of view, before I'm prepared to vote on any of this, I need a more detailed analysis presented to us in terms of what the existing facility is doing, or facility installations, and then how this is going to enhance that, how that better makes this a better, something that we should move forward on. I don't want to be going forward, at least from my perspective, me voting for it, without having that knowledge.
So is there any of the information that they provided here right now, Anthony, help you with any of the questions? Like, they broke down these next 5 locations here, and it shows you the electricity cost, the loan payment, and the revenue generated. Does that help understand any?
Most of those facilities, at least, and don't know some of the the third and fourth ones, I'm not 100% familiar. Some of them might be the Rocky Rapids one, and that I'm assuming, water plant. They already have facilities on them. So again, I would be wanting to know how much of their bill is still left, because when we look at what we're saying we're paying, is that including the amount that we've already paid by the current installations? Is that after those current installations? It's to me, there's a bunch of questions.
So the data that we used is purely the consumption that we have after the installations. So the data that we use for the admin building is after the solar install. So the solar generation is not included, but basically we had that taken out because it's already netting off some power that is being generated. So whatever it is that we currently pay after the solar install for each of the locations is what we have in the presentation.
Anthony, you still got the microphone?
No.
Okay, Donna?
So the last 3 locations, where are they exactly?
So number 3 is around the Wiley West campground. There's a county managed site there. And then the 49522 Range Road 73. I need to get the name of the location. And then the last one is also on the campground. The 2 county managed sites are that close to the campground.
Oh, there's 2 at Wiley West.
Yes, please, yeah.
Does Brazeau County currently pay the electrical bill at Wiley West, Rudy?
I'd have to check into that with Mr. Chambers. I'm not aware that we pay that bill. I think it's paid through the lease payment with our current operator.
So this would be lowering their lease payments. Because they're paying the power bill, is what I'm hearing from Rudy. If that's the case, now we're going to put a bunch of money in to lower their electricity costs.
But the overage comes to us, like, right?
No,
We would be
only a certain portion comes.
Oh, right. No, I'm saying if this went through, then the revenue would come to us.
It depends. If they're paying the power bill, the revenue is going to go to them. See, depends on who's paying the power bill.
Right. Okay.
All right, Chris, I don't know what to say here. Anthony, you got more questions?
As I stated a minute ago, I think, Rudy, we need a detailed analysis too, like some of these ones, if they're at Wiley West campground. And I know we've put in different things over the years. I think we need to have a detailed report as to what's been installed where, who installed it, whether it was us or Wiley West operator. All that information is important. And
I don't think anything's been installed yet.
No, but some of these ones you said have, or these proposed,
No, so the Wiley West locations don't have any installs on them. The admin shop, of course, has some. The number 4, I believe, also has some installs already.
That must be Rocky Rapids.
I think there's room, Bart, for us to have more information before
Yeah, I agree.
before we're asked to vote on this, because I need to know what's there already in terms of facilities that are out there, so we know which are new installs and which are supplemental installs, if you want to call them that. And then the advantages, like, why do we do this? And I'm not disrespecting you guys. I need to see the advantages before I want to put my hand to it.
This is strictly a proposal just for your guys' information.
Right,
from
but
the
I'm saying,
proceeding.
I appreciate that. But
Yeah.
I'm saying for me to vote on it, I need to know locations, what's already there, why are we proposing to put it here on this given location? Perhaps when you listed some of them, you had the Breton Fire Hall and various facilities. They already have existing facilities on there. Maybe they would have been priority ones because based on us already putting facilities there, maybe they would have been the priority ones rather than some of the ones you listed here.
Yeah.
And the other one, we have, what, 2 million that we got as grants for Violet Grove? There's nothing I see on that adding more solar to that particular facility.
So can you scroll to, keep going, the other way, down? Yes, here. So for any location that we've got an ongoing or proposed project, especially when we've got a contract lined up for that location, we can actually take that contract and have a conversation with the wire owner, and they would approve for us to do the install as you do your build. So if we've got a solar aquatics lined up for, say, Violet Grove, and you've got the contract already in place, we can take that contract. Because the regulatory requirement is that you don't do an install until you've got a project either signed off, ready to go, or completed.
Yeah, and there's nothing engineered for that just yet. We just got the money sitting in an account. Anthony?
Well, I think I would like to see us looking at the ones that if we're looking at considering them, I would like to see the ones considered that we've already got sites on, like the Breton Fire Hall and that. And then one of them that somewhere, it's not listed there, but I saw one of them listed as the Cynthia Community Center, I believe it was.
The solar aquatics.
Okay, well, I thought I read it wrong then. Because if it's the Cynthia Community Center, it's no longer even very much of an operational building.
Yeah, the Symphony Community Center is history.
Yeah, it's the number 2 there, it's the solar aquatics.
Right.
Okay, well, I misread it then,
Yeah,
so.
it's the solar aquatics one, yeah.
Well, I think we need more details is what you're hearing.
Okay.
And I think administration understands kind of the questions that I've put forward here. I would like more of a holistic picture.
Any other comments from anybody else? Motion for administration to gather more information in regards to the solar projects. And, yeah, I guess that'd be good. Go ahead.
I move to direct administration to gather more information in terms of the existing facilities with solar panels on,
Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. I think we left off on correspondence. 13A, unless I'm missing something. So 13A, that's addressing the public safety and issues. That was the letter that Bob Pollard wrote. Motion maybe just to receive it for information. Dallas?
To receive item 13A for information.
Discussion. All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Minister of Education, new funding, pages 139 to 140. We'll need a motion to receive it for information. Anthony?
Leave the letter from the Minister of Education for information.
Discussion. All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Injury inquiry regarding the county's position on provincial policing announcement. Anthony?
Kara answers first, I
Oh,
guess.
Kara's got her light on too?
Actually, I think go ahead, because I probably have a lot to say on this.
Go ahead. That one.
No, I appreciate Glenn's response to it, and I think, Glenn, you highlighted on there. I think the concept and the comments from Mr. Ekstrom are great here. However, once you dig into the issue, it is a lot bigger, and I think, Glenn, you talked about the cost. I'm trying not to put my RMA hat on. I'm trying to put my local elected official hat on. So maybe I'll just leave it at, if we're going, we seem to be going down this path anyways. So I think what we should be focusing on and asking questions around what the plan actually is, what the governance structure is, what the cost of this is actually going to be. There's no numbers out there. They're all estimates, and the numbers are outdated, by the way, that we can find. And the governance piece. So right now, just so you're all aware, and I don't mind saying this, but if you're not aware, you should be aware. The Alberta sheriffs right now in this province, there's no complaint mechanism. So if you get pulled over by a sheriff and they treat you with disrespect, they actually break the law, or they're racist, or they used obscene language with you, any of that kind of things. There's nowhere for you to make a formal complaint, and there's no complaint process. So they get to do whatever they want, however they want to do it, with no accountability.
Wow.
Yes. But that's who's running, well, anyways, I'm gonna leave it there. So the question I have is, what's the accountability piece going to look like? Because there isn't one now, so we're continuing to expand that. What's the actual cost of this? And yes, I know they're throwing out numbers and saying now we're gonna start paying 57% of policing and RCMP costs, but okay, that's fine. But you want us to move to a provincial police force. What are those costs? What's 50% of 7% of those costs? Well, we don't know, right? So I think this one's not a fun exercise that we're on. At the end of the day, my concern is the accountability, the governance, the planning, and the cost of this.
What about the hierarchy? Where do the sheriffs fit compared to RCMP?
There you go. There is no. Sam?
There is no hierarchy.
Nope. It's the sheriffs. And then at least with the RCMP, like it or not, and you don't like them, it's fine. But if you've got a complaint, there's a process, right? And an independent third party. So if something went on with a police officer and you needed to make a formal complaint, or you needed to make a complaint, there's a process to handle that. And it's independent and it's well established. There's none of that in place for this. Scary.
Anthony?
I think there's some misunderstanding out there too in terms of how much input we do have into the policing situation. We have regularly, at least from my time in council, meetings with the RCMP staff sergeant for opportunities to have input on the policing levels and the focus that we want them to have on. And even if you get a, let's say, provincial police force, you're not going to get any more, in my opinion, public input or community input than what we already have with the RCMP. As far as I'm concerned, I think we've talked at different times already as a council, at least from what I heard. The majority of us had made statements already, and I think collectively, at least from what I thought I heard, is that we were, and we said that to the RCMP when they were here, is that we supported them.
Yeah.
So when we said that to them, to me, that's saying, like, to me, it's saying we're not in support of the provincial police force, the way I hear that, or at least the way I would interpret that. And so to me, it's, we talk about, have the province talking all the time about not having duplicate services and levels of service, and yet they turn around now, for whatever their political reasons are, from my point of view, and want to do just that, duplicate police service. We're not going to have enough, we already have a trouble getting our RCMP officer portfolios filled. Where are we going to get the policing numbers to have another police force? If they suggest that we're going to be taking some of the local RCMPs, I don't believe that the RCMP all of a sudden will be cutting RCMP staffing. They still, if you look at Ontario and Quebec that do have a provincial police force, they still have the RCMP operating in those areas. So the numbers that they're going to need in the RCMP are not going to go down because they are supplementary there, and if anything, they take more of what I call cross-border policing issues. They take more of international or national issues, where the Ontario, the Quebecs, the provincial policing are more or less localized or within that province. They cross borders and they support one another, probably through mutual aid agreements and the like, but they don't have the national scope that the RCMP have. So from my point of view, it's a waste of money. It's something that we should be telling them, as far as I'm concerned, like much of it that's being done right now. It's to appease the few rather than the majority.
Glenn?
Thank you, Reeve. So from what I heard at RMA yesterday and what I've heard from our Parkland MP, that the province had a white paper, March 10th, 2025, that says that the RCMP were going to move into a different role that takes on strictly federal crimes, sort of like an FBI is what Dane Lloyd told me. So when this contract does end, I think that the province is just trying to get, it ends in 2032, so the province is just trying to get ahead of the curve and get staff in place so that they're ready to go. That said, I also heard something really interesting from our district person for the provincial, or for the Pembina River District, Josh. He said that his county is setting aside reserves last year because the RCMP have hiked the cost for a municipality by, I think it's 39%. So next year, we're going to see a 39% increase in what we have to pay. So it wouldn't be a bad idea for us to consider planning that or putting that into our budget ahead of time, just so we're ready for it. Because that's going to have to, the province covered it this year for us, so we didn't have to pay it. But next year, we'll have to take on the full brunt of that 39% increase.
Depending on what sort of an outcry there is, you know, they could delay it another year or two. You know, the public may get upset enough to say, oh, let's just, we were just thinking out loud. I've heard that from governments before too. Kara, go ahead.
Yeah, so maybe I'll start in reverse back. Just some comments around Wetaskiwin County. They also seen 10 plus officers since they started playing. Their detachment grew substantially. They're one of the few in the province that got increased services out of the deal. And I wasn't sure, I must have missed the percentage and heard what they're paying. But just because Wetaskiwin is paying 39% doesn't mean that's what everybody else is paying. That's what they, like, it depends on where things are at. And I believe the policing money is, when we do the police funding model, it's based on assessment. Correct me if I'm wrong? Yes, thank you. I got a nod from administration. So they're a 39% increase. Glenn probably was because they had an assessment, a boost of somewhere else. So ours could be somewhere, it's going to be different across the board because that number is based on assessment and everybody is different. The white paper, it is that. It's just that of a white paper. So I know there's been lots of talk about the federal government and the white paper, but it's just a white paper. You are correct. The policing contract runs out in 2032. I've been in Ottawa the last year 4 times, and policing is actually usually number 1 or number 2. Well, it's usually number 2 because number 1's usually infrastructure talks, but policing is the other hot one. The message that we've been getting, I don't know from the new government yet because we haven't had those conversations, but prior to this was, yes, the white paper was done. It was just to put a feel out and see what their reaction would be. Right away, our friends to the east of us, Manitoba, and especially Eastern Canada, there's no way they could afford a provincial police force. Absolutely no way, shape, or form. Those provinces are not in a financial position to do it. So regardless of what is being discussed out there, you have a large part of this country that just couldn't afford it, period, without the federal help. There was some talk about local input and improving the local input, and I agree with Anthony. Maybe we just haven't done a great job of communicating that with our residents. But the RCMP, I believe, are here every other month, if not every 3 months, bringing us updates, asking us questions. It's open to the public. They hold open town houses throughout the year. I see that advertised at least 2 or 3 times a year. They're having open houses. Nobody's going, but they are. They're approachable. If you see an officer out, you give the detachment a call if you've got some concerns. I believe they've been fairly proactive in that case here. I haven't heard anything different when people actually reach out rather than just complain for the sake of complaining. The other piece to this too is it's interesting to point out, with a new provincial police force, there's talk about more local input. But right now, the way it stands and the information that's out there in public is there is a committee that's formed, but by the way, it isn't local committee. It's actually a provincial committee that has yet to meet, that's been formed for over a year, and it's been centralized. There was, so there is talk about provincial police forcing is actually going to do the complete opposite, and it's going to centralize local input. Even just with the sheer structure that's set out and the information that's available right now, that's what it looks like. Where I believe things are a little bit different, like the town of Drayton Valley has been, what do they have? I want to say PPSA. I got so many acronyms. But communities like Drayton Valley who have paid and have those certain contracts in place, part of those contracts include the local committee. And maybe we should be approaching the town and seeing if we can get input there. But I believe those committees are already set up, and they're actually they could be extinct come this provincial police force, because there's nothing saying that there isn't. And the committee that is stood up and that is public right now is provincial, it's not local. And it's very prescriptive of who can sit at that committee too as well. The other interesting piece to this, if this is a push and about helping rural Alberta and trying to change service levels or cut costs or any of that stuff, the recent announcement of the new head of this is stationed in Calgary. Like, does that not sound tone deaf to you? Because if this was such a great thing for Alberta and rural Alberta, why station these people in the biggest city in the province? Just my thoughts.
Anthony?
Yeah, I think we do have a fair bit of input. I wouldn't be, like, we have officers right now that are within the detachments that are designated rural and urban, or at least Drayton Valley and within the county. For us to be sitting on a committee with the town, I don't think would be as productive for us, because then all of a sudden we're in there, and now the pool of officers would be one pool, and that committee would direct them. I feel better with the system that we have right now, where we're giving direction to our rural complement of officers. And granted, they work with each other and interchange where the need is, but we are able to give better direction this way, and maybe we just need to exercise it a little bit more. I've talked to Rudy already at one time about trying to get one. We have like what we had with the Drayton one here a couple months ago. I'd like to have one like that with the Breton to Drayton or Thorsby detachment staff sergeant as well, and I mentioned that to Rudy because I think it would help us to better understand, let's say, some of their issues, some of their drawbacks, like the conversation I had with the staff sergeant for Breton at a subsequent phone call meeting, brought forth a lot of concerns that I don't think we are aware for them operating out of Breton. So I think it would be good for us to sit down and have that chat with them and understand some of their obstacles that they have, even just operating out of Breton. So I think there's more to learn and for us to be aware of. I think our public, if we are, like right now, if we are unaware of some of the obstacles, I think our public are even further short on what they understand the policing constraints and services that they're trying to provide. So I think we need to do a lot more with the officers, I would say the staff sergeants, more PR work to understand what's available and to what extent, how fast they can try to get out to our rural issues, because any response to a rural issue is going to be just like the fire department, contingent upon the distance. It's not like in town where they're 10 minutes away. So we have to make sure a lot of reasonable expectations are out there. And I don't think the new police force is, and duplicating services is the answer at all. And I would like to see us make sure we, since council has seemingly said that in the past, forward both to the RCMP as well as to the province, and make that known in public.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so where are we?
Just going to receive this information.
Okay. Make motion then, please.
Yeah, so I'll just receive the correspondence from Braden Exton for information. I move to do that.
Discussion. All those in favor? Those opposed? Anthony? You just want to leave it hanging out there and not receive it? Oh.
Oh.
Okay, so that was C, correct? And then we've got councillor reports. Anthony?
I move to receive the council reports for information.
Discussion, all those in favor? Carried unanimous. You still have an appointment at 1:15 there. Let's see, reports. All right, meeting dates. Grand opening of Rocky Rapids Playground. What's being suggested for a date? Go ahead, Rudy.
Thank you, Reeve. Open to council's preferences. We don't have a recommended date.
What's it look like? Kara, how's your schedule?
That's what I was just gonna say. I'm open Monday next week. Monday next week, I'm open the 24th. We have a hold for the announcement that day. Is that a go-ahead?
Yeah. Is the Dreeshen on the 24th?
Yes.
That's a go-ahead?
Yeah.
Can we not combine something that day?
Could be. I don't know if Lee's got a preference.
We're here anyway, so let's say back and forth.
The only thing I wanted to point out, I mean, pickleball courts should be done at the end of the month. We could delay it and do them at the same time, but if you have, I was just trying to combine time, but
I think maybe we should try and piggyback it on with the 621 announcement, because then the MLA should be here too as well.
Okay, so.
Yeah, whatever works.
The provincial announcement, I believe, is 11 a.m.
Yeah.
On the 24th, so yeah, 1 o'clock.
And they have to drive, basically, they're gonna have to drive out here anyway. Like, to leave the area, they're gonna have to come out, so we could honestly just steal them for 10 minutes. Convince their staff. Okay. I move to book the Rocky Rapids Playground for the July 24th. I will leave the time open in my motion so that it can just fit in the schedule. So just that we schedule it for July 24th.
Discussion, all those in favor? Carried unanimous. Brazeau Foundation. Now, is this just for the design of the housing part, or are they still trying to add the ECDC in there? Yeah, that's what I meant. Because we haven't approved the library going in there.
No, no. Mhm. Yep.
Okay.
I think we should also provide Donna some direction, and if we are not in favor of the library being in there, I think we should have that direction provided.
You're not going to hear about the library, is
No, but Donna, if I can, correct me if I'm wrong, Donna, but what I heard you come back with a report prior to these meetings was indications that they were looking at a library within there, as well as some other facility. I can't remember what else.
I can't remember any other facility.
But Tom
I
was
do-
lobbying you pretty hard, so I think Anthony's right. You need to have clear direction from council that we're not in support, well, I don't think we are, in support of having the ECDC or the library there. Go ahead, Donna, or Kara.
I actually am open to the idea, so just before we start saying that we are for or against, we should probably have that discussion. I'm very open to explore this. I think it would be in a wonderful facility, and it would make sense to combine things where we can, because you save money generally in the end, especially with the operating side, so.
I don't know if old people really like to have that much activity close by, especially with the clientele that sometimes show up at a library, so. but
I have a
anyway,
9-year-old
I-
I have a 9-year-old family member that's in the facility right now, and I think they actually are quite active, and they quite appreciate the interaction with other humans.
It's
But-
not about using or not using the library, it's about just the location. So, go ahead, Anthony.
I think we need to be conscious of the fact that we're paying the majority of the Seniors Foundation tax bill requisition. If we put a library in there or a ECDC, those costs, in my opinion, are likely to be rolled in there, or we're paying a bigger part of them, even if it's just, let's say, the heating portion of it. In all likelihood, would certainly be rolled into, in my opinion, potentially the same meter. And I just don't feel, especially when we're paying 80 to 90% of the 75% of the requisition for the Seniors Foundation, that we should be looking at putting these types of facilities in there. We already are paying for the operation of the library through our library agreement at its location. Same with forcibly through the arbitration, having to pay for ECDC to a certain level of 50%, I believe it is. I don't feel we should be going into something where we put it into the Seniors Foundation situation, where the formula there then becomes even more onerous for us to pay more.
So I'll have to deal with it via motion, because there's different opinions around the table. So there should be a motion. Just, I'll finish off with Glenn and Donna, and then I'll go back to you, Kara.
So yeah, I think this is probably a big enough issue that all of us should be there. So I move to approve council's attendance to the Rural Wealth Creation New Seniors Building Meeting, August 12th, 10:30 a.m.
Well, that's another solution. Discussion. All those in favor? Donna? What's that?
I thank Glenn for that motion, because I've already made an ask myself over this. Getting into an actual heated argument, but I was assured that,
Glenn, just a minute.
I was assured that that would totally be, like, the library cost would totally be theirs, and not, it wouldn't get combined with the requisition that we have with the, but it's kind of a slippery slope. You know, if they're connected by a wall, how do you regulate the heat, or, I don't know. And I also have a worry about library clients hanging about. But now, because of those clients that were hanging about by the seniors lodge last year, everything has to be locked down, like you can't just go in, you have to be buzzed in. So, but a lot of the seniors are vulnerable. They're out there on their scooters, you know, and these people come around, I don't know. I'm just glad you're all coming. Great, thank you.
Anthony?
We can't come on all of us because on the 12th we have MPC. Remember Dallas?
I do remember.
Pardon me? 10 o'clock. And depending, we're not going to be done depending what applications come.
The one that you're thinking of is not till September 9th.
I know, but the other one was tabled, I believe, till the next meeting.
The one that you're thinking about was tabled to September 9th.
No, that's the gravel. But there's the other one.
Oh, the shop, well, that's where we are, so those who can attend, can attend.
Okay, then,
I'm already informed. I got it.
but then it's important that we also have the direction. That's why if we were all there, we still should have the direction, because it's no point in us going there and voting 3 different directions.
I agree. Donna?
So if you are on this board, you are supposed to have that hat on, right?
Yes.
So I may have to vote against you guys in this, like, just
You have to have you
theoretically.
get the direction from council too. You don't just do it in isolation. Council gives those people that sit there direction. I know that they're a separate entity, Kara, but council still gives direction to the members.
Not when they sit on the seniors foundation.
That seems like the library board.
Be very cautious with that. When she's at the, when you have your seniors foundation hat on, and when you have your library hat on, you do not have your county hat on. When you come back and those items come back to the county, then you vote with your county hat. So actually, I see what Councillor Wiltsey is talking about. In this case, she may be voting for it with her foundation hat on, but when it comes to council, you may be opposing it.
You can't preconceive what she's going to vote, whether
May.
for or
I
against.
said may. I said may. But
Okay.
this is a situation
Yeah.
that may arise out of this. You may be in a
Okay.
situation where you sit on the library board and you vote for something. When it comes to council, you may vote a different way.
But just because you sit on the board doesn't mean you vote always in favor of whatever the administration says. You can vote against something regardless if it's this issue or not.
True all around.
Donna?
Oh,
Okay. Dallas?
No, thank you. Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I think we may have just jumped the shark here a little bit. We're a bit ahead of ourselves. This is just simply a housing design event. It's not a decision-making meeting, as far as I'm aware. Let that information come to the table. Let us ruminate on that before we start making decisions on how this should all outplay, is my particular bent on that.
Anthony?
I think this is the critical time to have our direction in there, because it's like happened with the Breton Hall, for example, but not quite. The design was put there, and the plan was put there, and then all of a sudden there's the bill to pay. If we're not looking at, and there's the bill to create that design, like the architects. If we're not going to go with a given design, which may be proposed that says to have all these things in there, all of a sudden you're paying for a design you're not going to use. So I think we should be making clear that here's the parameters of what we are willing to accept, fund, design, rather than having something funded like this and paying the cost for this thing rather than this, or else having to redo it because this one is no longer there. Now you have to pay for one for like this. So it is critical at this time that we get the input put in proper at the time that the design is being created.
And you can either vote for or against it, Donna. You may or may not like the design. You know, we're not telling you how to vote. I'm just telling you, no. Dallas.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I've attended the design meeting where Councillor Brooks had just resigned, and I got to attend the next meeting, and I saw the design, what we're talking about, libraries and what other was there, convenience stores and all these inclusions. None of that was in the design. It wasn't there. So that's not what's on the table right now.
Could it be dropped, table dropped?
I find that highly, highly unlikely. We spoke with the consultants, and they had it all in black and white, and I think their design is, Donna's seen it, I've seen it, I thought it was been shared with everybody here, but there's no library in there. So we're not there. It's just right now kind of only an idea and nothing beyond that. So don't jump the shark.
All right. One more kick at the cat, Anthony.
I guess I'm confused by what Donna brought for us a report. No offense meant, Donna, but I'm going by what you'd said that was being something that's being put forward. If it's being put forward, and this meeting is to consider the design options or the design, then it very well could be shoved into that picture, contrary to what Darrell says is already on the table or that they focused. So I think clearly, if anything new comes, other than a design for the Seniors Foundation itself, that needs to be what we're focusing on, and not the option of inclusion of other facilities into that building, which then has the potential for us paying even more of the costs.
Go ahead, Donna.
I may have,
What did you do, Donna?
no, I think you're misinterpreting what I had said. What I said was the library is planning to partner, but my little conversation was away from that. Like, so if the library is planning to partner, that's not necessarily in the building. Like, they could be next door or whatever. Like, it's not even, I don't know.
Glenn, what's the library doing? Check.
It's just not
Go
read
ahead.
yet. So, yeah, we're just open to the idea of it right now. The library is just open to the idea of it. So we haven't put any money towards it. We're just open to the concept of it, and maybe looking into seeing what the possibilities are. So, like I said, this might be possible, or part of it, right? Maybe somebody's done a little bit of homework, but I think it's more on the Seniors Foundation. Like I said, but we were open to the idea, to explore it is all, but nothing further.
So we're good. We got the motion, we got the date. We got 3 councillors attending, possibly 6 if we all get there. We're good to go.
Tina, you'll send us out a little notice, will you? Done already? Okay, wow. Okay, so we're on ratification of lunch with MP Dane Lloyd. It was a good discussion. I'm quite impressed with his abilities.
So just so council's aware, yeah, it was a great meeting. Tom McGee was there from the town. Dan Lloyd brought his assistant, so we did pay for the bill for the lunch. It was $203.40, so that would be part of this ratification, just so you're made aware of it.
Yeah, I think you'd insult an MP if you didn't buy their lunch. What's that, Kara?
I'm sure our MP will return the favor. I'm not too worried. I move to ratify the lunch with MP Dane Lloyd and the lunch as well.
Discussion, all those in favor? Carried unanimous. We have got Brazeau Library Agreement, that's in the closed session. And we've also, do we have additions? So the police funding model, there's a virtual session on July 16th. That's tomorrow, that you've got it set up at 6:30 for us, Tina? Oh. Well, take credit for it anyway, you're working twice as hard that day. I thought we did that. Okay, so they're making a presentation in their office? So yeah, make a motion for any, I can't hear you, Kara.
Sorry, I believe there was a specific ask. Thank you, Tina. This is something, I think it's separate but tied, and the request was for some reason I can't find the email. There it is. The president and CEO of the Forest Products Association of Canada is going to be at Weyerhaeuser in Drayton Valley on July 22nd to speak about our key issues facing the forest industry, trade, access to fiber, federal policies, etc. I'm asking that Rudy, Kara, and Bart may want to attend, as we'll cover many topics that you are interested in. The timelines are from 10 a.m. to noon. I appreciate that this is short notice, but wanted to make sure that you had the invite. Please let me know if you'd like more information. Mayor Dodds and Councillor McGee from Drayton Valley will also be attending, and that's from Jeff McKay, the general manager at Weyerhaeuser. So it is different, actually.
Anthony?
Want a motion to authorize attendance?
Yeah.
I move to authorize Bart and Kara to attend the Forest Production Association Canada presentation on key issues from forestry industry at Weyerhaeuser, July 22nd, 10 a.m.
Whereabouts at Weyerhaeuser is it? Is it right at their office there? All right. Discussion, all those in favor? Carried unanimous. That's at 10 in the morning. Police funding model, that's on the 16th, that's tomorrow. There's a virtual session there. Go ahead, Anthony.
From my understanding, reading the email, maybe Tina can fill us in. They only want one representative there too, Tina?
Yeah, it asks for one elected official per municipality, and it's a virtual presentation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Bart, so we should likely be electing you, or appointing you.
Okay.
Or as many as we want.
Yeah, I think if other people want to go, it's just one virtual, so you could have 10 people sitting in the room. I think the more the better, so that everybody understand. Otherwise, I got to chew my cabbage twice. Kara?
That would be my suggestion, is if Tina registers the Reeve, when the link comes through, just send it to everybody. And/or set up a room. It's in the evening, so I would like a copy of the link, and I'm just going to listen and I'm not going to comment. Okay. That's why I'm just asking, is if it's virtual, get the email link sent to us, and then we can just attend at home, rather than making staff come in and
If
travel.
they just want one.
Yeah.
This way here, you just show up.
So I'll go to Bart's house? Okay, whatever. You guys, they don't usually police it that closely, I know. It's a policing thing.
So you can have, just register it for me, but you can have people sitting there listening, so they get the information firsthand.
Tina's asking if, are you hosting an event here so that staff need to come in then?
No, we're not hosting an event. It's just as though I'm just there by myself. So you're registering myself at 6:30 at the night tomorrow. Right here in the, on the TV. Are you the only one that can do it? No, I can't.
It's okay, I'll do it if you need.
Yeah, I think we'll need you.
I'm usually here working out anyway, so you're getting me out.
Okay, so we just need a motion to authorize my attendance. Anybody else that wants to come and listen in, that's great. Donna?
I move that Reeve Guion be
Authorize B. Guion to
authorized
attend.
to attend the virtual police funding model review engagement.
Discussion, all those in favor? Carried unanimous. So who's gonna come and join me?
I think I'll try.
Okay, that's good. 3, okay. All right. Just so you know, so Tina, we'll just have to stay in contact via your cell phone so that we know when you're gonna be here.
Yeah, just to let you know.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Closed session, I guess, is all we got left. Pardon me? Yeah, he'll be after that. Go ahead, Dallas.
I move that Brazeau County Council I move that Brazeau County Council come out of in-closed session.
It's been 5 minutes. I'll call the meeting back to order. Any direction that came out of enclosed? Anthony?
I move to approve the Breton Library Agreement as per discussion in closed session.
Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Anything else? Donna?
I move to approve the Drayton Valley Air Cadets lease for 3 years as described in closed session.
Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Arno, you're up. sorry for the delays, we just had to follow the timelines.
Okay.
So state your name for the record, so on the microphone, pull it a little closer to where we can hear you. Thank you.
There you go. Is that good?
That's perfect.
Okay, can I sing a song? Where am I gonna live when I lose my home? That's just a little bit of humor. Unfortunately, it might be true, right? Anyway, I started off here in Cynthia. I met Mitch Lambert. We were both in the Carpenter's Hall, and we had to go to dispatch. Well, I happened to go to the dispatch in Edmonton to pick up my dispatch. That's where I met him. He had an old pickup truck. We drove up. He told me all about Cynthia. It was wonderful, great. And, yeah, well, I worked with him up there, and I heard foreman bad-mouthing him and this and that. So I said, this is not right. So I told him. He, went and defended himself, and he got justice. So that's just the way it is up there. The snickering and bitching and blah, 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 and the drugs. And when the GF and the foreman are wanting you to sell drugs, I've had enough of that crap. So I worked on my house from 98 to 99 to the fall of 90, well, actually close to 2000. And then I had to take off to Joffrey because they were doing an expansion. It was supposed to be like 4 months. I spent 14 months there. And then I would head up to Fort Mac because Suncor was doing an expansion and Syncrude was doing an expansion. They're all expanding up there. So I was up there for years. I would come back on days off, and you come back to 3 feet of snow, which you had to, clean. I ended up buying a skid steer back in 2004, late 2004. I opened up a business with my ex, beautiful ex. Anyway, things were going okay to a point, and then I started working on the house again. We got half the drywall done in the upper part. And then, well, times were getting tough. So 2008 hit. My business went because people wouldn't pay. And, well, I just decided to not worry about it and continue on with my life. And when you're working away from your family, your child grows up without a father figure and, whatever. So we bought a fifth wheel, me and the ex. Well, she didn't sign anything to it. She said she'd promised to make payments. And, well, we were going to go on a summer vacation out in BC, where she's from. And she decided to stay. Without any discussion, she decided, well, that's it, she's going to stay. No work, nothing, and I had to pay for everything for like 2 years. And, well, things got tough. When I come off work and I go down there, you spend time down there with the family, I was like the unwanted person. That's the way I was made to feel. So anyway, those things are in the past. She wanted to take me to the JAG for, and I said, okay, great. On my boy's birthday, I had this meeting down there in Penticton. And JAG wanted me to make settlement. And I said, well, what do you want to settle? And then the ex wanted to buy the fifth wheel, which was damaged because she never took care of it. The water tank broke. She never told me about it until I get down there, and the water's flooded underneath the boy's bedroom, all mold underneath his bed. And then she left the stupid access doors open for storage and a tool, a wooden tool, and a rat got in there and destroyed the place. And she wanted to take over the fifth wheel. I said, no way. I explained this to the JAG, and he says, no way, you're not taking the fifth wheel. I will not have my boy living in a place like that. So she was forced to go and borrow money from her mom and get her own place, and that's okay with me. Finally, she had to pay for herself. She went through the bankruptcy because when she got pregnant, she decided she's going to get a credit card and la la la. And what ended up happening is 4 years later, she had to quit her job because the economy changed, and she couldn't keep finding daycare, and she had to quit her job, quit her career, and start growing up. And, well, she also owned a place up in Fort Mac. That's where I met her. But these things are happening in life. We all have our issues. I mean, you see it all the time. Okay? Now, that's rough history. Now, getting back to Mitch, I helped him out doing things on his property. I suggested things to him. He doesn't listen to me. Across the street, there was Al Fisher, who owned that trailer that's up for sale now. And he sold it, and a guy by the name of, what's his name? Oh, I don't remember his name now. It's on the tip of my tongue. But he bought it, and he found out that it was too cold. He went underneath their trailer, and he found out all the cats had ripped out the insulation, so he did repair that. Then he found out from the county that it was across the easement to the front thing. He had to modify that. And Jamie Middlemiss bought lot 10. Mitch was trying to keep him in there to be a swamper for him. I came here to try to explain my situation, how things have progressed. And I'm giving you the bad news and the good news and the bad news, and it's all mingled in together. We all see that, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, I've accumulated a bunch of material on my property, and in 2017, things weren't going good up north, and when 2020 happened, all that stuff happened throughout the world, and I still had to take a job, so I was working up in Edmonton at the transit thing, and that lasted 4 months, and then that job ended, and then I was trying to progress with my projects at home, and things went south again. The gas was turned off, and my place froze, and I was getting up every 2 hours to stuff the fire, the wood-burning stove to keep warm, and unemployment ran out, and this is back in 2023, and so I had to take a job. I knew I had to. So I had to get gas hooked up again, so I called a plumber and asked for a quote. He says every job's different, blah, 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 blah. I was budgeting $500, and every job's different. I said, well, how long have you been in business? Well, 20 years. But he couldn't give me a quote. So he came and did the job, and then I got a job at the Ford dealer here in town as a skid steer operator to clean the snow and to work in the shop and do all kinds of, changing oil and swapping tires. And it didn't work out too well because what ended up happening was all the apprentices were getting angry at me because I'm moving into their territory. So I was forced to do other things. And the boss would want me to do this, do that. That's okay, I'll go get a tool, and the tools are broken. They had bench grinders with no guards on them. You bring this up to the manager, and he's, well. So they ended up laying me off. I was paying over $2 a liter for diesel out in Cynthia to get to work. I wasn't going anywhere at $19 an hour. I mean, you got to the point where I was waking up at nighttime before I got the gas hooked up. After running down every 2 hours to fill the wood stove, I would wake up in the morning because I'm so exhausted. I went to drink a cup of water, it was frozen. So, I don't need this in my life. So I had to start cutting my costs. And that's why I need the wood. And everything was working okay. But then the truck would break down, or this would break down, whatever. We all have those things, right? So now I have accumulated a bunch of stuff on my property where I wanted to build another shed and a tiny home. And every time I turn around, something else happens. So my skid steer was broken. I tried to get it fixed for over 2 years now. And I ended up having to sell it for $4,500 here like a month ago. And I sold it to a guy who knew exactly what was wrong with it. And a new pump, a new charge pump was maybe $3,000. And he knew he had it, so he knew what he got. So anyway, I had to take the bite because of all the things that are coming at me from the council here. So I've been trying to work with the county. I've been trying to work with my community. I help my neighbors out. Lonnie and Sally, they have a negative slope towards their house, so I filled that in for them. They were supposed to pay me. They didn't know. My neighbors moved in. Evelyn Tirschman, she owns the property a lot 4, 5, and 6. And they had a inspector, home inspector, come in the winter, and everything's good. By summertime comes or spring, everything's thawed out. The whole decks were sagging. They weren't even built to spec. They had mold growing underneath on the timbers. So, boom, there goes that. Ripped that apart. I took all the material to my place to probably use for firewood, as opposed to going and buying stuff. And then the other deck on the west side of the place, same thing. So she was lost over $40,000. And when I ripped apart the other side of the deck on the west, I went underneath there and I saw the whole belly. The whole belly thing was full of, grouping down. Screw piles weren't even welded to the frame. All these things, all rusting out. So I put an enormous pressure on her, but she is now $40,000 in the hole. And there's other people who don't do things according to code, and it's an irritant to me. And now across the street, I see, like 2 years ago when we had the fire issue, the neighbor across the street with the big, 3 lots, his whole roof was full of pine needles. The firemen had to go up there and clean the hazard off. Now there's 2 trees that are deadfall. I mean, these are things that, the owner should take care of, but he's out in, not Kitimat, he's out in Castlegar, him and his wife. They rent the place out, and I've spoken to the other renters, and they say, well, we were told this, and we're getting charged for this, so it don't matter to me. The point is, I care about my neighbors. All my neighbors were either alcoholics or thieves. Now they're all gone. Now I've got 3 great neighbors. I got Ivan, I've got Evelyn, and I got my other neighbor. So, because I'm single now and I'm getting old, and I lost my machine, that was going to help me do a lot of things. So now I'm forced to rent. So I've rented a machine for an awesome deal, and I was trying to buy a used machine, and I had to go through credit search, and I got the word that this morning, you're not going to get it. So I know. So I have 15 days now to try to achieve the things I need to do. I already know my shed needs to have a new roof. I can't do any of the house wrap on the west side of the house, even though I got the house wrap. It's the scaffolding, it's the thing. It was going to cost me $2,300 to rent an aerial platform, a JLG. $2,300 a week just to get the house wrap on, and that's not including the siding, the metal siding, and that's like double what it was like 5 years ago. So do I want my neighbor Evelyn to open up her door and look out and see Home Hardware, Tyvek, Home Hardware? Does she need to see that? No. So I have concerns for my neighbors too. So I've been planning these modules for the tiny home. I've got the screw piles. I've got the machine that can run them in. I've got all the stuff to put it together, but I just cannot climb. So there's a scaffold in the back that I have to get the soffit done and probably the eaves trough, but I cannot climb. I've got vertigo, and I'm at risk in killing myself. So I've hired the guy. He's looked at the thing, but he's too busy with his job, doing a roofer. And he just sent me photographs yesterday about all the bundles he bought from Home Hardware, from a distributor, and they're all rotten. So now he's delayed. So I cannot get him out there to finish off the scaffolding, the eaves trough stuff, before the scaffold comes down. So all these things are just accumulating. Okay, and I originally asked for August 15th, and now the way things are progressing, and I have to live within a budget, as we all do, unless you, oh, the budget will, will balance itself. We don't hear that crap here out here. So this is where I'm at. I have to live within a budget, and I have expenditures, and monthly costs, and if I cannot find a way of doing things, then I don't know what to do. I've had a guy who was destitute. He needed a lot. I approached Mr. Gibson about the empty lot he had beside me to the west, and he said, oh, 10 grand. Okay, and he was all gooned out of his mind. So I told my buddy, he went and approached him, 15 grand. And no water and sewer. So there's a $20,000 cost. So I found out the two lots 2 and 3, were up for sale. Well, I happened to find out who the owners were. I made the deal to try to help my friend, and he went and bought them for 5 grand each. He had them surveyed, and Ellie, my neighbor, she wanted some trees cut down, so me and Ivan tore them down with my skid steer and whatever, and truck, and pulled them down. And I hauled the logs off to my buddy's place. And then John walks out and, what are you doing? Put on your cover. He's thinking it's his lots. He's trying to portray that it's his lots. And I said, well, it's the new owner's lots. So he was all steamed about that. There's all these little things that people just don't tell the truth. And it's getting frustrating. And you try your best, you try to help your neighbors, and some people are respectful and pay you, and some don't. Well, I can't help that. That's the way they want to live. That's their choice. But I do what I know is right as a carpenter. I try to follow the building code, the electrical code, and the plumbing code. That house, me and my father built that. And I had 2 other lots that I vowed to give to my nephews. But they have their own lives now, and so I had a friend who lived in Sylvan Lake. He's been my friend for 20 years. I met him at Joffrey, and he was going great. He was single. He bought an old home and an old garage. I tore that down one year, and the next year we built a real nice garage. And then he gets hooked up with a woman from Africa, and it's like her attitude is, you take care of me. My money is my money, and your money is my money. That's her attitude. She had to have like 10 pairs of matching suede shoes, but she couldn't afford to go and pay the mortgage or even contribute to it. He ended up losing his house. All his stuff, half of his stuff came to me, and the other half went to a friend of mine who lives up on an acreage. The point is I'm running out of money, and I'm running out of time. And I need more time. I need at least 7 months.
Yes, Council, I can shed some light on this. So there are 2 reasons I believe Mr. Schmidt has joined you today and requests in front of you. The first is there is a file open 24C-11 that you would have received emails on. The deadline for the current letter that was provided is today, July 15th, which gives the individual until the end of the day to remedy the issue. Mr. Schmidt has been working hard. He has come in and has called a number of times with progress updates. We have not gone out because we do not go out until the deadline is passed to see what the progress is. The second request that Mr. Schmidt came forward with to Planning and Development was to use the county-owned land behind him on the other side of the alley to store some materials. Based on policy, any county-owned land, any lease, permit, anything along those lines is up to council's discretion on a site-specific consideration. I believe that's General Policy 3, but I, of course, forgot that on my desk, so please don't quote that one, but it is the county-owned land. So I did let Mr. Schmidt know that if he wanted to use the county-owned land behind his property, he would need to come to council and request the use of the land to store his materials as he sorts through it and works on remedying the issues on his property.
You got a... Well, I've been wanting to talk to you, actually, but I'm really curious. You're talking about permits all the time. So in Brazeau County, we have the authority to use in our jurisdiction, to use Superior Safety Codes Incorporated, the Inspection Groups Incorporated, and IJD Inspections Limited to do plumbing, building, electrical codes. Who did you use for your house? Because it doesn't seem like there is any codes met. Like I see doors, exterior doors without stairways that could just walk out, electrical plug-ins without proper covers. I see all sorts of issues that don't look right to my eye. And as far as leaving orientated strand board as your exterior finish, that's a huge mistake. That stuff is just, all it does is it makes mold right when it gets wet. So I see doors that don't look, I just don't see anything to code. So I don't know if the problem is with you. I want to find out and prosecute on behalf of Brazeau County whoever gave you the permits to build this house, because somebody did you wrong.
Can I respond?
Yeah.
Okay, when I built that house, it was all up to code. When I was building the walls, I had them all house wrapped. I stood them up. The whole west wall was all house wrapped, and even the whole thing was. But then this lady named Judy, she came in from Kitimat and her husband Art. She was a project manager, an apartment, and he was a maintenance guy. They moved into that place, took over the whole community as far as the jurisdictional management, whatever, and the wind had caught a little bit of the house wrap and started tearing it apart. She complained to the county, along with a guy named Gord, who came in from Medicine Hat, I believe. He was the one who bought Al Fisher's place and did all the renovations. And they both ganged up on me. They wanted the place condemned. So I ended up having to rip the house wrap off. I was up in Fort McMurray, and I come back, and then there's a mailbox. I go to the mailbox, and there's a letter from the county. You know, you missed a deadline, and you're supposed to pay this, and now I had to, well, how do I know what is going on if you guys have my email? So I had to go and pay $365, sit in council, and then I had to go to court, spend $1,000, and the judge said you got to paint it and you got to put soffit and siding on it, or fascia on it. That's what I did. The wife and me and the boy were living in a camper, and it's May 20th, a foot of snow. Anyway, we painted it all. I had to quit my job, had to buy a bunch of scaffolding equipment to get up there and do all the work. So I painted it. And now the wife's out of the picture, and now I'm forced to either put Home Hardware tieback on it for 5 years until I can afford the money to put the sheet metal on. I've been told that they don't need for an uncovered deck, you don't need a permit. So there's the option I have open to me. I have the option to extend the front where the kitchen is supposed to be, but that's all the money now. And I still got other things I got to take care of on the other side. I separated all the lumber. I got rid of all the stuff that was no good. I've reorganized the thing to lay it out. I'm still trying to get the screw piles in for the tiny homes, and it's a work in progress. It all depends on the fact that I'm by myself, and I cannot climb. I cannot do the scaffolding. I have to hire. So I'm fighting a battle I can't win.
That's only one part of the issue here, Arnold. The other part is the amount of material that you've got in your yard. You have pails of brake clean for some reason, just pallets of those things. You've got tires, you've got cars, all sorts of things. And I mean, you don't need to climb to do that. You need to pick that up and haul it away. But like I said, the neighbors, when I went campaigning a couple years ago, that's all they talked about was the greenhouse. So yes, I did try to stop there on the campaign trail. I didn't know which door to knock on or how to get to the door because it was all piled up with refuse. So, and I tried to call you, you don't answer the phone, like I said. And basically it's just come to a head. The community of Cynthia, they've just had enough of this. So you've had a lot of time to clean it up. Instead of being here, you should have been cleaning up your yard. But if, like I said, there's people that have called me just recently complaining that their property assessment is way down. They're trying to sell their property for a certain amount that the realtor thinks they can get. But when they look at the tax assessment, it's about $40,000, $50,000 shy. And the reason is because they're next to you. That affects that property assessment. And so it makes it hard for that realtor to sell that property. The other point of it that the neighbors brought up was the grading you've done. When you took that Bobcat, you literally took out all the dirt next to your neighbor's house. Like her trailer is on the edge of a cliff now. The way you've cut that off. It's a right angle. It's deep. She can't mow her lawn there. It's, to me, I feel for the neighbors. I feel for you, but I really feel for the neighbors. And that's why we've asked public, it's basically, if you're going to blame anybody, it's me. Because, yes, we've asked our people here to get a little more aggressive and not be so lenient on everybody. Because it's not just you. There's other properties in the county that are dealing with the same thing. But, so, yeah, like I said, you've had a lot of time. I've watched that property. I've watched the scaffolding not move. And I understand if you have vertigo, I'm not asking you to ever climb anything like that. I wouldn't be... You hire it out. You do what I did. I just did a kitchen renovation. It's almost financial ruin for me as well. But, yeah, you get other people to do it for you.
Okay, in response to your thing, I never received a call from you. I have had issues with TELUS for the last 2.5 years. Okay, they always seem to, you phone them up, you wait a half an hour before you get somebody, then you get a guy in Manila, and well, that's not my department, I'll send you to this guy over here. And then you get a guy in Nicaragua, and they all pass the buck. And 20 minutes later, after you hang up with them, and you get these scam mails coming in through your cell phone. And the price just keeps going up. You tell them you paid it, you show them you paid it, you give them the thing, and they don't care. So I had to go to Bell. I have no problems at all with Bell. So I'm not sure what phone number you had on my record. Was it 977-9820?
So I don't know if you had two different phone numbers or what, but I actually made a point of stopping at your house because I work in that area, and I'd stop with the big truck and I'd walk in to knock on the door, and I never had an answer. And I just, every time I noticed nothing was being changed, nothing was improving, and the weather wasn't that bad. So I'm sorry, the hamlet is no place for children to be walking around with that kind of material in their yard where they can get in those materials. Like, they're labeled hazardous and just shouldn't be done. There's propane tanks right up next to your door. How do you expect a firefighter to go in there when they got to deal with something like that? Empty or full, it's a propane tank. That's a dangerous thing to have parked right next to your house. Like I said, I feel for you, man, but yeah, the buck stops here. It stops with me is what it happens. Like I said, I'm done with this. The community and Cynthia is done with this. So yeah, you have a choice. You either start cleaning it up. There's not much more I can do.
Well, I have started cleaning up. Because I lost my ability to have my own machine working, that has drained me over the last 2 years now, okay? And no one feels worse about it than me, because I know I have to get things done and I can't do it. Okay, getting hosed by one company and another company, I'm sick and tired of it, okay? So,
months, would you be able to start cleaning it up?
it's already in progress. The topsoil I have on the front, I had to clean all that up. I weeded it all, and a couple of days later in the sun, I raked it all up. I still got to do a little process. I had to get all that hay out. I had to do a controlled burn on it. So that's all cleaned up. All the plastic barrels my neighbor took because she can't bend down. She wants to have a raised garden. So that's the deal I have with her. And I'm already putting screw piles in on three parts of my lot. I've cleaned up a lot. All the cement blocks are laid in place. I got a few more to lay in place. I went through all my wood that I had stored. I've separated it all, I went and sampled it, okay, it was no good, out it goes, okay? So I got a process. The thing is, it's a separation. You gotta take things apart, you gotta separate and evaluate. So, I'm sorry if I missed your call, but if I'm not home, I'm not home. If I'm not working up north or wherever, I can't guarantee when I'm home.
But what's gonna change, though, is what I'm trying to get. It seems like you've had a lot of hard luck. I understand that. That's life that goes on, and it's unfortunate. But if we gave you a couple of months or 3 months, you'd have to make significant improvements. Because if nothing happens in 2 or 3 months, and I'm just making this as a suggestion, because I don't think we want to foreclose on you today. Or at least that's my thoughts there. But I don't know, what do you guys think? Give me your thoughts. Give the summer off, like
give them
till the end of September?
yeah.
Okay, that's a suggestion. Kara?
Through the chair to administration, when did this start? When was the files opened on this?
Through the chair to Councillor Westerland. The first complaint was received for this file in, I believe, October. A formal complaint was brought forward to council as part of a public hearing on February 1st, 2025. And this file currently is sitting at the warning stage of enforcement. So the notice has been provided, and now a warning letter was provided, and that is the deadline of today.
Go ahead.
Just further on that, my understanding, this isn't the first time there's been complaints, correct? This is just the current stuff that there's, when did the file first open on a property?
So through the chair to Councillor Westerland, the very first concern file on this property, I believe, was in 2001.
Thank you.
Let me just confirm that, since it's going to be on the record.
So what happens if, I'm using the suggestion, foreclose? Who's got to clean up the place? Huh? Yeah.
I would suspect, Reeve, if we would go down that road, Brazeau County would go in, clean up the property, and then they would sell the lot to cover off some of our costs.
Okay.
And I suspect, yeah.
I just want to know what the outcomes are if we choose not to go down what was initially, suggested. But that's just so everybody knows the consequences. What's your thoughts, Anthony?
I don't know, this is something that, how do I want to put it? I don't want to be sound like we're being hard or hard to deal with. But as Kara got pointed out by administration, there's been a file on this property way back into the early 2000s. And it seems like, I understand all the difficulties that you've encountered, sir, but everybody needs to be able to have their properties in some kind of order that is reasonably safe, and also their house that it's progressing in terms of the outer finish and the like. I remember this coming to a subdivision development appeal board that I was on, and the appeal board had to direct that even the house be something done to it, like painted. Unfortunately, we didn't specify the paint color or suitable, acceptable paint color, and the colors were chosen that were chosen, and then we got complaints because of the color and that it didn't fit with the surrounding neighborhood. So there's been a lot of issues that have been developed on this property that I don't think have been taken seriously by yourself and have been addressed in any way close to trying to meet the requirements of that everyone else has to follow the standards. We have properties that are in Rocky Rapids and various places that people have been brought in a notice or requested to clean up, and within a reasonable time, they've got it accomplished. And I don't think that they were, and anybody are equipped to get their yards cleaned up than you are, sir. So I just think it's time we have a higher expectation than just to say it's okay and put off another 2 or 3 months. And as far as for use of as your letter asks, use of the county-owned land, no way, from my point of view, because we've got enough of a problem situation on your lot. We don't want to, I don't want some of this stuff just to be transferred to the county lot. So that's not at all acceptable solution. So as far as I'm concerned, the time has come.
Which means, what are you hinting at?
Go ahead, Anthony.
The time has come for, we have deadlines, and you're needing to do certain things, like clean it up. And if you haven't got it cleaned up, which means you haven't, then I think the next step of enforcement needs to happen.
Okay, in response, I have been cleaning up. I've been reorganizing. I'm getting rid of fire hazards. I've had to, going back to the thing about the sloped land, I offered my neighbor Henry a eave trough that I got off a job. It would have fit perfect on his trailer, because what was happening, the water was running off his roof, hitting the ground and running towards it and flooding my property out. I couldn't drive through there and everything. I complained to, I asked him 3 times, take it. You know, he wouldn't do it. So I talked to the council here, to the county, and I was offered French drain solution. I said, well, what is that going to do? And when are the French drains going to go in? You know, why does the county have to try to solve my problem when it's my neighbor's problem? Then I was forced to go and take my skid steer and dig the trench. So the water would run into the trench and run to the front street, to the culverts. And then my problem was solved at that moment, to the point. But I still had an issue with the water sloping towards my house. So I had to remodel it and re-landscape it towards that thing, get the water away from my house. It's the same issue you see in my neighborhood. All the homes, the water has got negative slope towards the house, and everything sinks. The front concrete steps are sinking. Sally and Lonnie, that's what they did. They just built a deck right over it. You know, Evelyn, when they bought the place, I had to rip out the deck, and same thing, concrete step. They had to go dismantle it. It's just too much.
Okay, so we have to move this along here. Anthony said the time is now. That means we shut it down right now, enforcement? I'm just trying to understand what you're suggesting there.
This development has gone on, like I said, since 25 years. Nothing's improved. And I don't believe that we can expect reasonably, based on the past efforts that have been made, that it will improve. And the deadline has been reached and arrived at, so I think we just move forward with enforcement.
Enforcement or cleanup?
Well, enforcement requires cleanup, and I guess to the extent of what we are going to direct the enforcement to be, because we've also seen that the House hasn't, as Glenn pointed out, various things, and I'm not going to repeat them, but various things seem to be in deficiency with the House. So I would suspect that it wouldn't meet the requirements. So I think there's a lot of things that are at issue here. So
Any
from
further
my point of view,
comments?
it's enforced.
Ben, any further comments?
No, the comments are, if our administration sees that enforcement needs to be done, it needs to be done. So either they're going to drive out there and see that you've actually started cleaning up. I'm counting like 10 big black barrels of mystery liquid in the front of your property, or you haven't, right? Either you've cleaned up all of the trash vehicles or you haven't. So I don't know if you haven't been out there recently, but if you said that it's being cleaned up, they might give you a little bit of time. But it's like I said, I'm not willing to give you any more time here. I'm certainly not, like I said, advocating, I think you've already put material into that. I don't know for sure, but somebody has definitely hauled material over behind your property on county property. I don't know who's done that, but like I said, I don't want to see any more of that happen. So, yeah, like I said, if you've been doing something, that's great. They'll see that. But if not, there's nothing we can do. It's been 20 years, over 20 years.
Donna?
Anthony said that it's not up to standards? May not. Okay, so if it's not up to standards, do we get somebody out there to tell us it's not up to standards? Do we pay for that? Like what happens next? If like, do you just say that's it and this fellow has nowhere to go? Like, maybe we should have a work bee and help him out. Like, I don't know. I know he can't get everything done, but if he's moving forward, I don't know.
Kara?
I'll ask, if this was a lodgepole, what would you do, Donna?
No. Well, started to. Do you know how many? I'll bet you that it's not even, there are ones in Lodgepole that are way worse than this. I can, anyway, that's neither here nor there.
You're sure? Worse than that?
Yep. But it's hidden.
Kara, what's your comments on this here?
It's been over 20 years. Maybe a question, are you living in the house?
Yes. I also worked in Fort McMurray for 30 years.
No, we're not talking about that. We're just talking about the house right now.
Okay, my house is that will be my boy's house. I will not have my son living on the street and eating the bark up tree to survive. I'm not doing that.
Right.
Okay?
So now that I know that you're living there, through the chair to administration, do we know if the permits have been pulled for electrical and all? I know we're not accredited.
No, but we could call an inspector if we had to, right?
So through the chair to Councillor Westerland, the development permit was put in place. That is all we have for enforcement. There was an inspection done on the property during a previous enforcement file. I want to say around the 2008 to 2010 era. I won't claim those dates specifically. The inspection was it was a home inspection, not necessarily a code inspection. Alberta Municipal Affairs would be the one who would be, the Safety Codes Council would be the ones who would be responsible for whether it's up to the building standards and codes.
Anthony? We have to move this along, folks. I don't know the ramifications of shutting things down while a guy's living there. I'm not sure if you can do that overnight or if it takes a couple weeks or what. That's not my forte. Anthony?
There are two parts to this part. The house part is one element. The other element is the yard and the junk and contaminants that are there. To me, we need to make sure we're separating the two issues. One is the junk, or whatever you want to refer to it as. That hasn't been, to my opinion, even tried to address. And I mean, Dawn had talked about earlier files in Lodgepole, how it took 3 and 4 years and how she was frustrated with that. This is 20 years. So imagine the people out there, how frustrated they must be. And it's the junk. The house is a separate issue. If that becomes something that we have to deal with, That, I think, is more for planning and perhaps other professionals, not trying to put it on planning, but through their department, they have the access to other professionals that can determine its sufficiency. But the junk is something that's clearly within our prerogative that we need to deal with based on our unsightly premise property bylaw. And that, to me, is pretty obvious, that it hasn't been dealt with.
I just want to maybe clarify the process a little bit for council. Like I said, this is currently sitting at the warning. Council did just approve the policy updates this morning, so I know maybe it's fresh in your mind, or maybe because it's brand new, it's a little bit confusing. But the new standard within our policy is that there must be visible change for us to issue an extension at any stage. So if we were to go out this week and see visual change and visual improvements on the property, there is within our policy the ability to offer an extension at the warning stage, a final warning at that warning stage, anywhere from 30 to 60 days typically is what we do. So that is one possibility. We still haven't, because it's at the warning, even if we were to move forward with anything else, it would be an order. The decision of whether to go to an order lies with the CAO of whether we proceed with an order. So that would go to Rudy, and discussion about the timeline that we think it would take. With the new policy that was just approved this morning by council, once it goes to an order, pretty much there is no extensions on orders once issued. There is an appeal process that can occur in which the landowner can come in front of council and appeal the order that has been provided. So there are still a few steps and stages within our enforcement policy and process that we do need to follow if we are moving forward. I would also just ask council for clear direction about what council's wishes are for the property that has been moved on to the county-owned land, so that we understand the full scope of council's direction on this file, in particularly the county-owned land that is within your jurisdiction to control.
Do we have any pictures of the stuff that's stored off-site? Glenn does? Like on the county land, not the, where the house is at. Go ahead, Donna, while he's looking.
I just, Anthony and,
Glenn?
what is your name? I just want to apologize. I just saw some pictures. Whenever I've been up there, it's treed, so I'm not, I wasn't, anyways, there is a lot of places that are treed that aren't as bad. Like, so I apologize. I don't know what to do, but, yeah.
Rudy, did you have something? I saw your light on earlier.
Thank you, Reeve. No, I think that Ms. Sterling covered it off. I was just going to say that with the timing now that they would go out, because July 15th is the deadline, they would take photographs this week and bring them to me, and then I would issue the order or extend it. But it would depend on the photos tomorrow. But yeah, we're into that 30 to 60 days on clean up the property.
Anthony?
Sir, did you put any of the individual parts that are on the county land, did you put that there?
I did.
And you hadn't had permission to do that?
I had permission about 3 years ago to do that. I asked, but I forgot about it this time. And then it said, we gotta go to council before you get permission. So I'm landlocked. If I didn't move the stuff off the property, I couldn't achieve the things to get done. So now it's like I'm being railroaded.
No, Bart, I think what I'm getting at, obviously he's answered the question that was asked earlier, who put the property, the articles onto the county land, so he just answered that.
Yeah.
I think he's had more than enough time to start making work in terms of cleaning up the junk. And I think, based on the pictures Rudy gets tomorrow, I think that's where we need to act.
You know, I can only give a suggestion there to you, but people pay money for scrap, and you might want to get a hold of some scrap dealers and have them come in and take all the stuff that's metal junk.
I need all the steel I have, because when you want to roll a shed on timbers to a different location, you need to have a recirculating length of steel piping to roll the thing.
Okay.
Okay, that's one thing. Another thing is that 2001, I was up in Fort McMurray working, okay, sir? I am a man who works on the road. I always have been, okay? And that's just the way life was for me. Now, last year, my boy was going to graduate, and boom, the rear end of my truck goes. Okay, $3,500 in the brake line. Like, it's not something that I don't care about. It's just something else pops up, and I'm now strapped. Can you please understand that? Like, I'm renting a machine for big money to get that thing done. And there was another machine out for sale that I find out about in a week, but I can't get the financing. But that is what I used to do. Okay? I used to do this stuff. So, you know, you want to take everything away from me, then I'll be living on the street. I mean, I wanted to clean up. The plastic pails, you know how much sonotube costs? A sonotube for use for concrete, you got to burn the hole through with an auger, then you got to put the sonotube in, and hopefully there's not enough groundwater, because when the groundwater gets in, the whole thing caves in. Those plastic pails, you cut the bottoms off, you stick them together, and you have a solid sonotube to pour concrete. There is a purpose to this, what I'm doing. All that concrete slab I got, that's repurposing. I was sinking in the wintertime on the west side. I would drive in, and when it would melt, I would end up throwing mud all over the place. My car tires were full of mud, the whole thing. All the gravel I had was gone onto everywhere. So now I've got a solid base to work on. Like, I'm trying to get this done, guys. But when Judy and Art moved in and did all this bull stuff to me, I mean, you guys built the structure for the hockey rink. I proposed a plan to build the rink itself. And she said, oh, no, I'm getting the guy from Drayton Valley, $700. And look at the place, it's falling apart.
Okay.
Like, I'm tired of this, and you're tired of me. And I'm tired of everything breaking down. I'm tired of having to go to work. I'm tired about not being with my family. I'm trying to get this done, guys. I am forced to go bankrupt. And I can't afford to go bankrupt. The house is my son's house. Okay? And the yard, the lot 8, is where I want to develop another tiny home. And it's a mix and match. Okay? I can't phone hammer contractors because I'd go broke in 2 days. If I rented a machine from ACR, it's $500 a day for 8 hours. I'm getting a machine for $3,000 a month. That's $100 a day.
Okay.
Okay, sir, I'm trying, guys. I am trying. As far as my electrical issue, when you own a home and you own it outright, you do not have to have an electrician. You don't have to have somebody. You hire an electrician to pull it, and he put the whole wiring in to the panel. But I have a kill switch to cut the power off, so there's no issue with the electrical issues. No one's going to get electrocuted. You have your main breakers, but I've also put a main kill switch.
Anthony, just wrap up one of your final comments, and I'm going to go to Kara to finish it off.
Or you can if you're...
Because I want to make sure I'm not leaving. Didn't you have your light on ready? Oh. Okay, I guess I have a question for you, Mr. Schmidt. If we council saw the latitude to give you more time, what kind of reasonable time frame do you see cleaning that lot up? And I mean getting rid of the stuff that is in the pictures that shows that it's excessive of what's on that lot.
Well, no one knows the future. Everything is dependent on the weather. That's just the way it is. And it's also financial. I have a fixed income. I got disability, I got CPP, and I got my union pension. From that $3,000 a month, I have to make everything. Okay? And right now, because I made the $4,500 off the sale of the skid steer, I was able to afford the rental of the skid steer to get things done. So I know the way things are with the weather. I mean, July 1st, it's hot in the morning, and boom, it's flooding in the afternoon.
Okay, but look, we're trying to find a way to help you. Anthony
Okay,
asked you-
I cannot guarantee you 2 months or 3 months for, weather is dependent, and my costs are
Yeah,
dependent.
but even myself, I work in the rain. You know, just because it's raining doesn't mean if I stopped every time it rained, I'd get nothing done on the farm.
Well, I understand that, but you are a different breed. You have a different lifestyle. Carpenters are not allowed to work up in the air when it's raining. It's a hazard, electrical stuff. I mean, this is safety. I mean, like, you think it's funny, Donna, but that's fine. It's a little humor. Well, the thing is that, okay. Anyway, gentlemen and ladies, I'm just tired of all these setbacks. I've been broken into twice.
Okay, so everybody has hardships, and it's unfortunate that you've had more than your share, but we have to move forward on this. And so,
Bert, I understand that. And this is actually a good thing that I had to sell the
what do you
machine.
want? Go ahead, Kara.
I move to receive for information.
Okay.
You know,
so-
I'm glad, because now I have a machine that actually works.
I know, but Kara's just made a motion to receive your presentation for information. Until you're forced to move or do something else, I would do everything you can to start making amends there on your site there. The public is upset with what's going on there. Every time I'm out in Cynthia, I hear about the green monster. So I would suggest that it's just a motion right now to receive for information, but administration has the opportunity to utilize their authority to do other things. So all I can suggest is this motion here is on the floor, that whatever you do from here on in is you try to do everything you can to gain council support by getting something done. Because it hasn't been done in 20 years. Even though you've done some things, it's still a bit of an eyesore. So you gotta sometimes step back and take a look at what you've created and then take a look to see what you can do to fix it. But I'm gonna call the question right now because everybody has given you a good chance to express yourself. So, you understand what she's asked? Kara's made a motion to receive it for information. Okay, all those in favor? So, it's unanimous, and so all I can do is, it's in your ballpark now, but at any time, administration can shut things down. Rudy, am I explaining things correct?
Yes, thank you, Reeve. We'll view the pictures that are going to be taken tomorrow, and I'll make a decision by the end of the week.
Okay. Kara?
I move to adjourn.
Oh, thank you. All right, you're free to go.
I don't get a last word?
Oh, yeah, here, you can do, what's that, Kara? Yeah, no, we're talking about move to adjourning the meeting. All those in favor? All right, so, yeah, it's up to you. The ball's in your court, but you know that administration is gonna go out and take pictures tomorrow. Do what you can.